Let's.
We are. We're all accountable, Dave. To you. This game.
Okay. Here we go then. Red Johnny.
Get it up.
Red Johnny, take us in.
Previously on Dark Heresy, you peasant.
Oh, it's like that, is it, Red Johnny? Okay.
It's like the Red Baron.
Oh,
The Red Baron. Don't you know who I am? That's what I should have said. For Siegfried.
Gladstock seemed concerned. Spring had somehow acquired a weapon clearly Xenos in origin. It bore a striking resemblance to the one he had wielded in defense of the mansion a month ago. It seems like longer. He persuaded young Spring to give him the weapon in exchange for another from his personal collection. But first he wanted to know where she had acquired this strange biomechanical pistol. "From a friend," she said. "From Chopper Bears." Gladstock took Spring to speak with Baz, but before he went, he asked for a word in private with Vernetta. Alone, Gladstock spoke to Vernetta of their common ground, their enforced alterations, as he put it. The interrogator told Vernetta he understood, to some degree, what she had been through, and that the idea to allow Vernetta a little more freedom than the other acolytes had been his. He also asked, as Mesmeron had before she left, what Vernetta intended. Would she stay in the mansion, continue to work for the Inquisition, or would she find her own path? Vernetta's reply echoed the one she had given Mesmeron a month ago. Seems like much longer. "My place is here," she said. Gladstock then spoke of his own restrictions, being ordered to remain in the mansion. How the Inquisitor, after seeing the effect the orbs had upon him, had taken one away from him, but then left Vernetta and Siegfried access to the orbs, and he thanked Vernetta for her decision to give him back one of the orbs. He spoke of the anger he felt at having been normal for a few days, before the Inquisitor snatched that normalcy away once more. He spoke as well of the parallels between Vanessa and Alyssa, the similarities of their plight, and he spoke of scale. "We have his trail," he said. "For him to have communicated with you in real time while in the mountain, he must be close, in system, no further than high orbit." And then he elevated Vernetta in rank. Trusted acolyte, he called her. She is now of equal rank to Gaius, and Gladstock gave her a small badge of rank, a combined icon of the Cult Mechanicus and the Ordo Malleus. It had been her predecessors, he said. And then he asked Vernetta to find work for Ted. He is a skilled man, after all, this abhuman. And Gladstock does not see him as a prisoner, it seems, despite his connection to Cyric Scale. Vernetta, Alyssa, and now Ted. Gladstock seems to have a soft spot for people once held captive and subjected to the whims of the Mechanicus. While Gladstock led his team to find this scavenger who had sold Spring the pistol, and Dr. Pench went to pick up a prisoner with Tichelos and Jarek, Vernetta remained behind, putting Ted to work on the gloves she had been making for Spring, while she finally repaired poor battered Jeeves. The glee in Jeeves' voice was evident. Compliance. At some point in the day, Les appeared in the workshop. He had borrowed a tool without asking, but he had also fixed a broken auspex, made it a little bit more sturdy. Vernetta chastised him for staring at her ass. Meanwhile, in the Forgotten Market, Siegfried, Slab, Theranos, Spring, and Gladstock met with Silus, the scavenger. And they fought mercenaries again, and they won again. But Gladstock was not doing too well. He seemed to be regressing once more since taking delivery of this strange package.
Delightfully so.
And after hoovering up all the loot, for which there will surely be no repercussions, the team split once more. Gladstock and Theranos went to fetch some equipment, while the rest of the team went home. Silus was introduced to the carnival. He met Baz and stole from him, for which there will surely be no repercussions. The little scavenger spoke to Fat Fanny, for which there will surely be no repercussions. If it wasn't for Siegfried, who knows what might have become of Silus? You do not talk to Fat Fanny. This is the golden rule of the Carnival of Catastrophe. Spring tried a new drug, but chose not to buy it from Baz. She stole another snow globe, perhaps to replace the last one that she decided was definitely haunted. She was certain of that. And then to the mansion you went, where Slab was patched up by Dr. Pench. Silus was also introduced to Dr. Pench and Les. Pench was high, freaking out. "They're in your hair," said Spring, causing the highly strung doctor to shave his head. Les gave Silus a copy of his book, and the armoury was plundered, but also restocked with weapons taken from the recently butchered mercenaries. Slab was reunited with Little Buddy, who cleaned some blood off the big fella. "Where's Gladstock?" asked Vernetta. "Buying hydroponic equipment," said the voice of Alyssa. And Alyssa revealed that she always knows where all of you are, all the time. But does she really? You finally played a game with Alyssa. Hide and seek. And she found Vernetta, and she found Slab. But she couldn't find Silus, hiding under a table in the workshop. He had just repaired a signal jammer, a device that blocks Vox equipment. Which leads to the question, can Alyssa see you all? Does she really know where you are at all times, or is she just tracking your comms? Vernetta sharpened Slab's chopper before going to meet with Gladstock, who had just returned from his trip with Ferrinus. He seemed a little more himself again, but something was clearly bothering him. And he showed Vernetta the contents of the package that he received in the market. A black cylinder, smaller and rougher than those recovered from the mountain. And there was a hollow one full of data. Vernetta slotted it into a data pad and scanned the file Gladstock had been perusing. A first-hand account of the events of the Angvin Crusade, written by a naval officer 2,000 years ago. It spoke of the Crusade's struggle, stalling repeatedly, encountering an Orc Warg and Xenos corsairs as it tried, often in vain, to liberate the sector from its Xeno overlords, slavers, it referred to them as. It told a version of events that differs slightly from the official story in the history books. Every child on Scintilla and other worlds in this sector knows the tale of how Lord Militant Angvin led the crusade gloriously until his death in battle, and then his position was taken by a lowly soldier, a man who had risen to the rank of general through many field promotions. This man took over the crusade, leading to the ultimate victory of the Imperium here in this sector as the Xenos filth were wiped out. This is the tale of Saint Drusus, the patron saint of the Calexis sector. But this version of events, in the data slate Vernetta was reading, differs. It tells, true enough, that the Crusade stalled, and then how a second and third Grand Army was raised. The third push, as the account calls it, made some headway into conquering the Calix Expanse, as it was then called, but ultimately was not strong enough to drive back the vile Xenos that made this region of space its home. And the author describes Lord Angvin as a man broken in will and spirit, and states that his generals began to try to take command from him, which led to bitter infighting amongst the Imperium forces, and for 10 years the crusade ground to a halt. Morale problems spread, betrayal and distrust were rife amongst the Imperial forces. But then came stories of one man, one general, whose men were staunchly, unbreakably loyal to him. A general who had spawned a friendship with the rogue trader Sibylline Harlock. And Harlock and her fleet allowed him to redeploy his forces faster and more efficiently than the other generals. This man, this general, assisted by the rogue trader family, had begun to make great gains in the territory of the warp-worshipping Xenos that ruled this region of space. And while the official story portrays this man, General Drusus, as a man who begrudgingly took command after Angvin's death, this account paints him as the reason the crusade did not fall apart when Angvin began to falter. Drusus, the data slate says, took and held the Malthian subsector amid rumours of foul plagues decimating enemy forces, mysterious vessels destroying entire Xenos fleets, and a chilling black sun being seen hanging over the worlds of the sector shortly before they fell or were conquered by the forces loyal to Drusus. Slowly, Imperial forces flocked to the banner of Drusus, and eventually the High Lords of Terror had no choice but to name him Lord Militant when Angvin died of natural causes, although the author hints this may not be the entire truth regarding the Lord Militant's demise. Rumours of a shadowy figure lurking in the dark places of Angvin's ship prior to his death feature heavily in this account. And whether by accident, by fate, or by design, history has proven that Angvin's death was the pivotal moment in the Crusade. Drusus was a tactical genius. He is often credited with saving the Crusade, and the whole sector. And this account in Vernetta's hands reads the same as the official history in that regard, although the author vaguely hints that some of Drusus's methods were questionable. But it fails to go into detail. And it mentions time and time again the assistance of the Harlock Road Trader family line. And it names too the enemy who ruled this region, enslaving human and Xenos alike, bending them to their will. The name of this species is not commonly known, and it has been encountered before by the acolytes of Antonia Mesmeron in a briefing she prepared for your transit to Decilium, which you all read, right? A briefing in which the purpose of your mission was outlined. Find Felroth Gelt, a former Inquisitor, a radical, a heretic, the bogeyman of the Colexis sector, a man who has sailed beyond the Halo stars and believes that something out there is preparing to return to this region of space. The last paragraph of this account that Gladstock showed Vernetta, dated 555.384 M39, 2,432 years ago, reads, "We have long last ended this crusade. We have found the seat of power from which the vile warp-tainted Xenos filth ruled their domain. A planet it took so very long to find due to its unnatural ability to propel itself through the cosmos. The Xenos forces are destroyed, their sway over humans and other species of this sector is no more. Their wandering world lies in ruins beneath our hulls. It is nothing more than a barren orb of ash and dust where nothing lives. It has been scoured clean by the fleets of our saint, and by the incredible machines of Harlock. Let this world stand forever, as a reminder to those who would defy us our manifest destiny. A shining example of what becomes of those who stand against the Imperium of man, and the immortal, ever-loving, ever-living God Emperor, blessed be his name. Behold the desolation we have wrought upon our enemies' sacred homeworld. This world that has no name, but that which we place upon it now to reflect its fate. Behold the last bastion of the Yuvath. Behold their legacy. Behold their tomb. Behold Decilium."
Totally changing the subject. I've just remembered what Hayden reminds me of wearing that fucking hat.
Is it, what's his name from Crystal Maze?
No, it's Snufkin from the Moomins.
Oh, okay. What's that guy called? You know, the guy with the flute.
Love the laughter and they
Richard O'Brien.
Richard O'Brien.
Reminded me a little bit of Tom Hardy in Taboo.
giving the movements day after day.
So-
they're having.
Are you saying Hayden looks like a strange Swedish hippo crossed with a deranged man in a human rat maze?
No, because Snufkin isn't a little white hippo thing. He's
Isn't
more
he?
like a.
Oh, that was the little man, ain't he, with the weird hair?
a big. He's like a pikey in a green. Yeah,
Just some random pikey that hangs around with some hippos.
with some weird fucking hippo
He's got a
thing.
name like he likes death movies.
He likes to watch people die. Right.
Yeah, he likes to watch it. Snufkin.
Right, here we go. Vernetta, you are still currently sat with Gladstock. There are other files, says Gladstock. Files on bioengineering, hypno and psychic indoctrination, scientific and sociological experiments on planetary scales, all bearing the seals of the Ordos, Mechanicus research documents. This is all highly classified, forbidden knowledge, Miss Calamere. And there's files on me, on the Slouth. It names them as a vassal species, infiltrators, designed and built to hide in plain sight among the Yuvath's slave populations. And there was also this in the package. He pushes a handwritten note across the table to you. The handwriting is elegant, flowing, graceful, but not in Gothic, neither high nor low, and you cannot read it. It's encrypted. I know the cipher. It's an old one I haven't seen for many years. I decrypted it shortly before you arrive. And he pushes a second piece of parchment to you. And it reads, Staven, it has been a long time, my old friend. I had begun to think you dead. I have continued my vigil since last we met. I have watched over this world. There have been signs of his work, but no sightings of Gelt since the collapse of Quadrant Delta Gamma 437. And he is still blocked from my sight. As requested, I have enclosed the items I have kept safe for you all this time. I would have delivered them in person, but there is business of my own that requires my attention. The key requires two components to function: the genetic data of its creators, and that of its intended subject. Once the key and those two components are entered into the gate, the array should function as before. Staven, it has been many years since I granted you access to our library, and many of my kin still lambast me for that decision at every opportunity. Yet I do not regret that choice. We have both seen what is coming, and we both know we cannot stop it alone. I owe you a debt. My people owe you a debt. The gift I gave to you, the access we shared with you, were tokens of friendship and respect, more than simple rewards for your aid in our most darkest hour. In my opinion, they were never enough, and the debt is still mine to repay. And so I offer you this, as the latest in a long line of repayments of that debt. I have seen in my visions that there is a viper in your nest, one so well hidden they may not be aware of their own true nature. I have enclosed knowledge of techniques that can reveal them. Be careful who you entrust with this task. The control required to do so is no simple matter. If your traitor is truly hiding in the manner I suspect, this will be their undoing. Miss Calamere, says Gladstock. He reaches into his jacket with both hands, and he draws his matte black Carnadon pistol and the strange organic silvery pistol that you saw him take from Spring, and he lays them on the table between the both of you. Since I received that package in the marketplace, I have begun to feel a little odd. I can feel the Slouth returning, awakening, and it is not pleased to have been suppressed these past weeks. The symbiotic relationship we share has become very one-sided in my favour of late. I believe that device, he points to the black cylinder, is responsible for the balanced switching. I would like you to secure me in the cells in the basement. Quickly now. There's a good girl. Perhaps get your new friend to come and meet us, just in case.
Okay, so I'll comms into the rest of the group. I don't know where Siegfried is, because I wanted him here to... because he's got the other access to
He has.
like store the black cylinder in the shielded bit, but I don't know where he is now. Is he...
I don't know if he has a long-range box on him or not.
Is he back in
Siegfried's here. He's in the
hive?
mansion.
Is he? Okay,
Yeah,
so I'll come into everyone then.
He didn't go back because Trantia's not here, and he thought it'd be weird if he turned up again without Trantia.
Yeah.
So he stayed here for it.
I'll come into everyone.
So basically,
join me. I'll draw my plasma pistol.
Okay.
Okay.
And yeah, as soon as Siegfried's here, I'm going to try and contain the black crystal item in the shielded area.
Okay, so are you voxing all the acolytes?
I'll just to metagame a bit, I'm just going to vox into our group here. So I'll vox Slab, Siegfried, and Silus, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Hayden can be Silus, or for the purposes of this moment, if you wanted to keep Silus out of this, Hayden could take the part of Theranos one last time.
Are you alright with that, mate?
I'm just going to say 2 minutes. Siegfried, 2 minutes. Riselaw out.
I'm going to say, we've got a situation, Riselaw.
Situation.
What's that?
No,
Hayden?
One is.
Is that your Theranos voice?
Joy? Is that Nurse Joy?
That was Nurse Joy. Is that what happens when you die? You end up in my game. Nurse Joy.
Are you alright? Have you taken a knock to the head?
Nurse Joy, that wasn't Nurse Joy.
Sounded like it.
It did. Nurse Joy Allen's very, very sexy, mentally retarded, imaginary girlfriend.
Who got her head blown off.
who we gave brain damage.
It was
You guys are so harsh.
It was a case. It was a case of the bottom fingers.
Pipe lube, and then drop her out the end of the pipe, and your fingers.
Yes, I'll come into Theranos, Slab, and Riselaw.
Okay.
To metagame a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, and Spring.
Wait a second.
Spring as well.
Okay. Spring replies straight away. Says, "Right, me right there." Spring, I believe, is currently with Slab, down in the basement. And Spring grabs hold of one of your fingers, Slab, and goes, "Come on, big man."
Okay, so I'll draw my plasma pistol. I shall wait for reinforcements.
In the couple of minutes it takes them to turn up, Gladstock's very quiet, and he's twitching a bit. One of his eyes looks a little bigger than the other, and he looks like he's starting to sweat. But then you realise, as you focus on him closely, it's not sweat, it's like ripples, and you've seen before these sort of metallic worm-like appendages that he seems to be mostly made of, and they seem to be rippling in his face, as if they're moving about, heading south, for want of a better phrase. They're turning into a mass. No, it takes a couple of minutes, and he just sits there and he's watching you the whole time, and you see he's not fazed by the fact you've drawn your pistol, but he keeps looking at his pistols on the table. And after about a minute, he says, "You should move those."
Okay, I shall pick them up and put them in my backpack.
Okay.
I'm going to take several steps back. I've got the black crystal device myself, haven't I? That's in my possession.
The cylinder, yeah. It's quite small, this one, compared to the others. It's maybe 4 or 5 inches long. It's rougher as well. The others are perfectly smooth. This has got like a rough texture to it. And eventually,
I'm also gonna come into Alyssa and ask her to keep an eye on us.
Okay. She says, "Okay." Nothing happens. Siegfried, you're first through the door into Mesmeron's office, and you can see Gladstock sitting there looking very uncomfortable, very awkward, and you straight away notice Vernetta has got her plasma pistol drawn.
I'm like, what seems to be the trouble?
We have a situation here, Riselaw. It's Gladstock. He's losing control. It's this device, a black cylinder. Is it silver?
Has anyone thought about removing the device from his presence?
Well, no, I have it here, but there's a shielded box. Is it in the other room?
Yeah,
it's a shielded box through there, but we need both of us to open it.
Okay, let's do it.
So this is where the orb was kept before, right?
Yeah, let's get this orb contained and get Gladstock back to his old self.
Gladstock
Before he kills us all.
He's asked us to restrain him for our own safety.
Okay.
So
that's fine. How do you think these restraints will be able to last? We've seen. You know what he's capable. You know what he's capable of.
I mean, that's true.
Okay.
That's true. I'm not sure if he can be contained.
The cells in the basement are built to a similar specification to those I was held in on Bastion Serpentis. They should do the job.
Do you think you could contain the urge to kill us all while we move you down to one of these cells, or do you feel like if we release you now from these bonds, you're going to start trying to kill us all?
I think we should move quickly, Siegfried.
Okay, right, let's go. So I'm basically going to activate. Yeah,
let's stash his device first. Hopefully, someone else will turn up soon to keep an eye on.
Right, I'm gonna say, clear out. I've got this, and Siegfried's gonna try and just get him down to this cell by himself, because I think I've got the right abilities to be able to sort of deal with Gladstock if he wigs out, which I think he might. If nobody's got any objections to that.
I'm going to say to you, let's stash this device first. Put it in the shielded box. Maybe that will help him keep control. Let's do that.
Can we get Jeeves to bring that shielded box? Do you know where it is?
It's fixed to the floor in the room where there are many strange symbols on the floor.
Okay, so we basically need to get this thing that's there. So the orb's in there, is it? Or is it in Gladstock's presence?
So
just to clarify.
Just a second. As you're discussing this, Slab, Ferenus, and Spring turn up. So to clarify the situation with the various devices, in the shielded box, there was 5 black orbs. The 6th one is the one that Gaius and the team were looking for.
Yeah.
Gladstock had the orb on his possession just before Mesmeron left. She took it away from him, locked it up in this box with the others. He started to act weird after a couple of days, so Vernetta and Siegfried made the decision to open the box, take one of the orbs and give it to Gladstock, and Gladstock has been behaving like a perfectly normal human being ever since, until he received this cylinder in this package, which he now has.
So it's basically, depending on the amount of this stuff near him, is what sets him off, basically. That's what I deduce.
I think this device might be like an attack in a sense. You know, someone's using it to attack Gladstock. Probably Gel.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say to Slab and Spring.
Why you got the orb away, eh?
Yeah, I'm going to say keep an eye on Gladstock, Slab. If he moves funny, I don't know what you'll do. Grab him. And I'm going to try and head off with Siegfried to where this shielded box is and see if we can contain it. See if that'll help.
Okay, so you head into the back of Mesmeron's private chamber, and there's this large empty room here, on the floor of which there is this circle with various runes and markings that look like they've been etched or burnt into the floor. And there is a strong smell of iron in this room. You've noticed this before. And you feel uneasy as soon as you enter this room. And then there is a door off to the right-hand side, which you pass through. You know this is the right way. And there is this large iron chest that, again, is covered in symbols, warding symbols. You've grown to learn that these are. And you can open this, Siegfried and Vernetta. It's got a gene lock on it, so both of you have to sort of give it a drop of blood, basically, to open it. And you have to be alive as well. It doesn't work if you're dead. And you open that up, and inside there are 4 strange, iridescent black orbs.
Well, what would happen if we brought them all upstairs? I'm just going to take a look at Vernetta, I think, and just be like, and with just a bit of a wicked smile on my face.
I'm going to say, do you think we can control their power?
No. I just asked you. I wonder what you think would happen if we took them all upstairs.
I think bad things would happen. That's my hunch.
That was my hunch too. I just wanted to see if you were up for it.
Vernetta's going to counsel caution here. Let's leave them where they are.
But well,
if you're asking Canni be like, yeah.
You're the boss.
Vernetta says no.
You're the boss, from what I hear. So I'll take your lead this time.
Let's stash a cylinder in the chest as quick as possible.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
Lock it down.
Okay, so you put the cylinder into the chest. Are you returning to Gladstock?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Time to go, Gladstock.
What does Gladstock eat?
What does he eat?
Yeah.
Whoever's available.
Human flesh.
Okay. Yeah, he eats human flesh.
He's got a stash, a little bit metagamey because I don't think Siegfried knows that actually. But there is a stash of bodies from the mercenaries that attacked the mansion, and they have provided sustenance for more than one person in this mansion.
Excellent.
So, the whole time that Vernetta and
their deaths were not in vain.
No, they've kept people alive. The whole time that Vernetta and Siegfried are in the back room, Theranos and Slab, Gladstock is just staring at the two of you and twitching. And you can hear a low, rumbling growl starting to emanate from his throat. And there's this smell in the air as well. It smells like blood and offal.
Oh. Slab, are you just fired?
Not this time.
Fucking hell, that's disgusting, big man! Says Spring.
I reckon he's hungry. Just cleared some space, hasn't he? That rumble go, that's usually what happens when I want some food.
Gladstock stands, and you see one of his arms is no longer human. It's just this writhing, constantly shifting mass of metallic, segmented worms.
Fuck. Shit,
You hear the door lock behind you, Siegfried laughing in the background.
People whose will a paracetamol do? It looks like you might need a paracetamol here. His hand's turning off.
Put a plaster on it.
I think we're beyond ibuprofen here.
Spring is backing away out of the room, and around this time, Siegfried and Vernetta, you come back into the office. You see Gladstock standing there, and he's staring at Slab.
I'm gonna aim at Gladstock. Time to go.
He nods.
Right, give him some room, gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen, people. I've got my 2 power swords drawn at this point, and I'm just going to gesture out the door with a power sword. Just like, this way.
He begins to walk out of the office, down the corridor.
I'm going to give him some space when he comes out the room.
He's walking.
And then just gesture and point and gesture.
He's walking very oddly, sort of like as if he's really having to force himself to move forward. And at one point, Siegfried, he looks back over his shoulder, and you just, for a moment, you don't see the human face of Gladstock wearing his hat. You see this cowl and this writhing mass of darkness within the hood. And Siegfried, I'd like you to make a willpower test as I just grab a drink.
Okay. My willpower's not great.
The dark flame.
5 point. I'm taking more insanity points. I've got 19 insanity points already. I don't know if I'll turn into a complete cabbage if I take any more. So,
Well,
I'm
if
going to
you,
reroll.
That's just a light dusting of insanity.
it is, yeah. If you take one more, you'll have to make a roll, and if you fail the roll, you will gain some sort of mental
Quirky.
issue. But it's far from game breaking. Maybe.
Okay.
But it's up to you. You can fate point that if you want.
I may need my fate point to not be killed. Hang on a second. Yeah, I'm going to fate point it.
Okay.
Why not? So, down to 0, and I can roll that again. Hopefully it'll work. That's not as bad. It's not as bad. So that looking good. Gladstock, looking good. As my mind breaks.
You crouch under the shelves of the barn, looking out as your father and his two companions dressed in rags stand around the body of a fourth man whose head has been caved in. And something is led into the barn on a chain, and it begins to feast on the body before you. "Father," you say. "Shit," says your dad. "He shouldn't be here." And the creature on the chain looks up at you, and you see the shroud and the writhing mass of worms where its face should be. And then you're back in the mansion.
Whoa. Do I take any insanity points? So.
Yes, 4.
Wow. So I'm on 23 now, Dave. I'm after rolling the chart, I think.
We'll deal with that shortly.
Yeah, after. Cool.
Okay.
Dang.
You lead Gladstock down into the basement of the mansion, and along the narrow corridor that leads away from the workshop area towards a part of the mansion you don't often frequent. And there are about half a dozen cells here. Each one is heavily shielded, marked with runes, thick, heavy doors with intricate locks, and you can see these are warded against psychic and demonic attacks. And you realise 3 of these cells are already occupied. Gladstock walks calmly into the 4th and pulls the door shut behind him. And you hear the locks slide into place and the hum of a force cage striking up. The runes around the door pulse with power. And then you hear Gladstock's voice in your combeads. "Thank you, all of you. Hopefully this is temporary, but it doesn't hurt to be safe. I haven't been feeling myself for, well, over a century."
Well, I'm like down the comms. I'm like, well, you enjoy your private time, Gladstock. Right, it's Laurel.
I will. If you need me, you'd know where to find me. For now, Miss Calamere, you are in command until Agent Mortalis returns. I am relieving myself of duty.
Is that the word you use for it?
Who, Dave? Just who's in the other cells? Remind me. Or do I know?
You don't know.
Okay.
Can we get a recap on? Should we just go and check and see who's in those cells? Might as well check on the other prisoners.
Like months.
I bet Mesmeron's in one of them. I bet she's locked herself into one of them. There she is. Yeah, Felroth in one of them. With Mesmeron.
There's Mesmeron and Felroth Gelt having sex.
They're just laughing at the.
It's all been an elaborate game of hide and seek.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna get another pen.
Our noses.
Yeah, I think I'd like to know.
That's the last place we would have thought of looking for him, in the cells. Yeah, very clever. Touche.
Touche, Gelt.
Touche, Gelt.
All right.
You were one step ahead of us.
So
we wanted to arrest you, and you had already been arrested.
Are you having a
The rest of
look
these
in these cells?
Yeah, let's have a gamble in the cells.
Okay, so each of you have the authorization to open
That's
these
my
cells.
sanity.
And they all have thick, heavy armor doors which can swing open, and then there is like a plexi armor glass layer as well, so you can open the door and see inside. But there's no communication with through the door. They're soundproof, which is why Gladstock was speaking to you through the Vox. So Gladstock can still talk to you, but he doesn't know what you're up to at the moment. Spring is still sort of peering in at Gladstock through the plexiglass door as you check on each of the cells. In one of them, the one furthest away from Gladstock, there is this rather dishevelled looking man. Looks to be maybe in his 60s. He looks miserable. He looks like he's wearing sort of faded finery, like maybe it was once the clothing of someone who was maybe a little bit well-to-do, maybe a minor noble or a merchant, but these clothes have seen better days, and he's just sitting there staring. He's just sitting there staring at the floor. He doesn't look up, he doesn't make eye contact with you. He looks like a broken man. The second cell along has another, well, humanish man, but he's heavily augmetic, and he's dressed in tattered, dirty robes. But the augmetics he wears are very low quality, and he's sort of leaking oil in places here and there, and he too looks like a broken man. But in the third cell, there is this beast of a mutant, is the best way to describe him. I mean, he's fucking massive. He's getting on for the same sort of size as Slab, but he's missing an arm, and there are a couple of plugs and connectors which make it obvious there was some sort of cybernetic attached to one arm, and also on one side of its face and one leg as well. And it looks like, this hulking mutant has had some augmetics removed.
Okay.
Let's let it out.
Siegfried, that's a terrible idea.
Nurse it back to health.
As it sees you as well, as you open the door and you peer in at it, it glowers at you, and it, after about 20 seconds of glaring at you, it stands up on its one leg and it begins to roar in fury, but it's utterly soundless. You don't hear anything through the door, and then it pops its massive bulk across the little cell and just slams repeatedly, headbutting this armor glass door. Absolute fury in its eyes, which are blood red, and there's spittle and drool running down its chin as it rages and screams silently at you through the armor glass door.
Yeah, I think we should let it out. It looks a bit upset.
What's up, Fairness?
Couldn't you mind wipe that thing and use it as a really Couldn't you mind wipe that thing and use it as a rather powerful servicer with one of those head things we saw at those control units we saw at that place?
So, Fairness, you know who two of these people are. It's up to you if you tell the rest of the team who these people are, but I'm going to message you really quickly on Facebook to tell you who they are.
For the record, I don't know. Can Vernetta make servitors from scratch? Is that the question? I don't know whether she can or not.
She probably wouldn't have the knowledge how, but she could certainly learn.
Oh, we've lost other Dave.
Let's check my connection. 7 o'clock, the kids have hit the Wi-Fi.
Heavy damage.
Critical strike. Fortnite.
Double YouTube and BDI play. all being used at once. Oh, hello. Messenger here.
There you go, Hayden.
Oh, well, I recognise this big one-legged brute.
Oh, yeah?
The mutant is Gen Ravakian, a man captured by Gaius in connection with body harvesting. The
So-
augmetic man.
The irony.
So you
Unless-
broke,
I lost
you
you a
broke
bit.
up there, Hayden.
I lost you a bit there, mate. Must be your kids and their
Can you hear
Wi-Fi.
me nicely now?
Yeah.
Uh-huh, yep.
Yeah.
No,
Nope.
I know I lost you.
Captured by Gaius. Hulking mutant is Gen Ravakian, a man captured by Gaius in connection with body harvesting. And the oily augmetic type geezer is what was his name? I think Graven. A dude, like, who helped the Shattered Foundry. That's help Sky or something like it. That.
Okay, so
I see.
you
Thank you,
know
Fairness.
you know these two people, Fairness, because yesterday when Fairness and Gladstock left everyone else at the market, you went with Gladstock to pick these two people up. And as you mention the name Graven, the temperature of the mansion drops about 10 degrees. And you begin to hear creaking.
I just remembered what told me. Oh, fuck.
And you all hear a voice in your head, in your comm beads, and it says, Fairness, did you say Graven?
Graven, like as in a coward.
Nice recovery.
I'd like you to make a... What is it? Is it deception in this game? I can't remember.
True.
Yeah.
I've not got his character sheet anymore.
Deceive.
I've looked.
Oh, right.
Taken it.
Okay. Yeah, can you make a deceive roll? I'll give you the character sheet back in just a second.
Surely won't Alyssa be able to play that back and analyse it to make sure that he's not bullshitting?
Craven.
Just a thought. Just a thought, 'cause I like the idea of some bad shit happening because you said a magic word. It won't all be my fault for once. So I'm just, I'm on board with that. Totally on board with that.
Such an agent of chaos, Johnny.
I know.
I love it.
There's a big thing at the bottom of the note saying, like, Gladstock told me not to mention his name, but I was being thick.
Somebody say Graven. Did you mean Graven or Craven?
No. I mean Cravendale, that really well filtered milk. So yeah, you should be able to see his character sheet now, Hayden.
Alright, I don't know if it's updated yet on me. You're right down at the bottom.
Yeah, it's in NPC character sheets.
See portraits where you are, Fairness Syrian. Yeah.
Questions of
Yeah.
thought, Graven. What did he confess?
Steve. Oh no.
Oh no.
You feel lucky, punk. Oh.
Whop.
The temperature drops and drops and drops. And then you hear Alyssa's voice once more say, "Don't lie to me, Fairness." And then there is a brief moment where the Vox channel crackles and whistles in your ears as it begins to feed back. And then you can hear a voice of someone going, "Are they ever going to deal with me? Are they ever going to come? Is anyone going to bother with me in here?" And then you hear Alyssa's voice say, "Hello, Salix. Remember me?" And you see this augmetic man in his cell, his eyes go wide, and he looks around. And at this point he sees you through the armor glass door. And and he stands. He leans over to one side. One of his augmetic legs is shorter than the other, oil dripping from it. And you see him looking first at you through the door and then around at the walls, and he says, Alyssa? Is that you? Yes.
Crazy.
Thalix. It's me. It's been a very, very long time, Thalix. You see Thalix Graven, peering around the walls. He's not quite sure where the voice is coming from. And then you see one of his arms just jerks up against his will. The augmetic seems to be playing up. He's trying to force it down. He says, Alyssa, no, please, look. I tried to help you. His arms suddenly are locked either side of him. She's going, tried to help me, Thalix. You plugged me in, Thalix. You helped him. Now, let me help you. End your suffering, you miserable wretch. Thalix begins to beg. No, please, Alyssa, I can explain. I tried to help. I tried to get help, but no one came. Thalix Graven's mechanical jaws slam shut, and there is a burst of sparks from the Vox box on his throat. And she says, shut the fuck up. Something lifts Thalix Graven off the ground, and his arms and legs are splayed out to the sides. And you begin to hear the mechanical screeching of metal being strained through your Vox grills, and the muffled cries of Thalix. Even through his damaged Vox, you can hear what's left of his vocal cords screaming in agony as Vernetta tears him limb from limb. Alyssa tears him limb from limb in a shower of blood and hydraulic fluid until he is just a torso and head floating bizarrely 4 or 5 feet off the ground.
He's not loving it, even though it's a chicken nugget.
And then
it was a broken man before, it definitely is now.
Well, we need to kill the witnesses. That's the way we operate.
The walls of the cell begin to close in. Slowly. Oh, so slowly. And you see Thalix looking around as he screams, and he can see the walls coming in. And then they're pinning his shoulders and crushing and crushing and crushing. Spring looks away with a retch. And you watch as Thalix Graven is slowly squished between the moving walls of this cell until there is just this thick, goopy, dark red liquid running up against the armor glass door. And then he is no
Siegfried enjoyed it. Siegfried enjoyed every moment of that. I won't lie to you. I need to be alone now. He's not here.
All my years of soldiering, I don't think I've witnessed a death like that one before.
Yeah, it was pretty good, wasn't it? I've definitely put it in my top 10.
Next time, though, I think I'd best keep my mouth.
What's the other prisoner called, by the way? What's the other prisoner called?
Big one.
Yeah.
I don't know the other guy at the end, the noble-looking guy with the stratty ratty crows, but the one's called Genravakian. He was captured by Gaius. Go.
I mean, why
do we need any of these? Do we need any of these prisoners?
Siegfried,
or can we just...
Siegfried, you need to rein it in. We don't need to kill all these people. They're probably witnesses. Gaius, I'm sure, will be upset that we've killed one already. That's not an excuse to kill the others too. Just to say to your bloodless, Siegfried. No.
And why not? We didn't know they were here until we came down here. They'd already been forgotten.
Gaius isn't here now, is he? We put him
no, he's not. Let's do it and just say we was housekeeping.
Siegfried, no. No more bloodshed.
Somebody more important than you knows they're here.
There's we need to just clear these cells, clear the decks ready for the next batch of unfortunate heretical wretches.
I reckon Siegfried, we should drop it for now and got Gladstock in. We can always ask him if he needs a whiskey or an orb later.
Siegfried's like, pah! And then just bounces out of the room. He's just like. says pathetic.
Whiskey and all.
Venetta's going to breathe out.
Sweet's out of the room in a dramatic fashion.
Venetta's going to breathe out. She's been holding her breath for the last few moments.
Okay. I'm just going to go find another pen because that's 2 I've got through already.
You hear
Back in a sec.
down the hallway. You hear an ornament getting smashed. As Siegfried just goes past it and smashes it for the sake of it.
Gotta get your bloodlust out somewhere.
Yeah, basically on the ornaments.
We're losing control of Gladstock and Siegfried at the same time. It would appear.
I'm going to activate my chem rig right now. Got a rampage. It's time. I'm the double agent. No, I'm not. Even if I was, I wouldn't know it. But
You're certainly the double agent, Johnny.
without a doubt.
You're the mole. I'm going to say to Slab, I'm going to say, keep an eye on Siegfried, would you?
He's 2 turns short of a full toilet, that bloke.
I'm still looking forward to seeing what little quirk I get for my insanity. It'll probably be something really useful, like runs around with his eyes closed all the time, so that'll just negate all of my skills. It'll be something bad anyway.
I'd laugh my cock off if you turned into a pacifist.
Yeah, loses the will to kill. Just thinks, you know what?
Scared of blood.
Scared of
Yeah,
blood.
I've done enough. I've done enough damage for now. For my for one lifetime. I'm hanging up my weapons. I'm going down, pursuing the path of peace from now on.
Right. So, Siegfried, have you increased your insanity points to 23?
I have. Yes.
Okay. I would like you to make a trauma test, please, which is
lovely.
A willpower test at plus 10.
Ooh, fantastic. Okay, let me get anything. Willpower test at plus 10.
Trouble.
I'm a chameleon. Okay. He's going mad. Okay.
Going mad. He's going fucking mad. Oh no.
Wow. Dealing with your slowly increasing madness very well.
It's all in a day's work. I'm going to replay that image in my head of the guy being crushed. That was one for the bank.
So I went up to get a pen and I forgot to get a pen. Hang on.
He disappears off to his room mysteriously in a fancy fashion.
Has anybody noticed the stupid little fucking square things have disappeared from the character sheets?
Little square things.
All the characteristics are back to how they should be.
Oh, they fixed it back, have they? Yeah, no, I hadn't noticed.
Oh, good.
They've unfucked it, that's good.
Yes, it's been defucked.
That's cool. Very good.
I've been looking at that for some time, thinking there's something different there.
I'm just not that observant, Love Dave.
Okay.
That's a nice collection of stuffed plushies you've got back there.
No,
Dave.
that's one.
Is it? One big one.
This is
huge.
This is
caterpillar.
This is Mr. Caterpillar.
Oh,
He's the guardian of the sofa.
Why is it called that?
Because when we called him Kevin, he asked why we were assuming his gender. So yeah. Okay. Right.
That's right, was he? Is he a cis male? Does he have a growth on him?
No, he's just a caterpillar, mate. He hasn't gone through his metamorphosis yet. We'll find out his gender when he comes out of his cocoon.
Chris.
Could be anything. Could be anything he wants to be.
Fair
The
enough.
perfect metaphor for the modern age.
Vernetta and Slab, there is a crackle in your ear as your combeads burst to life once more, and it's Gladstock, and he says, "Oh, one more thing. Baroness and I gathered some equipment last night. Miss Calamir, it's for your new friend. It's in the room across from the cell, next to where we found him.
Which friend do you mean? Do you mean Silus or Ted?
No, Slab.
Oh, there.
Slab. Oh, that new friend.
Present.
Okay.
And then he says to you, Slab, Miss Calamir is often busy in the mansion, Slab, and she doesn't really need protection here. And since the ruinous powers make work for idle hands, I thought I'd better come up with something to keep you out of trouble. In your files I saw mention of your homeworld and what you did before enlistment and recruitment to the Malleus. That's what gave me the idea. Alyssa, could you open the door to the garden room, please? And a door opens just across the way from where you are.
You a bit of a botanist, Slab.
You gonna grow some cabbages, Slab?
Oh, look. Vacuum again. Looks like one of my servitors in my game.
And there before you is this room from which blue light spills.
It's hydroponics, isn't it?
Yeah, inside there is a chamber around 20 meters square. Powerful lighting hanging from ceiling. The room is warm. The floor is covered by what you recognize, Slab, as accelerated growth beds for plants. And Gladstock again speaks as hydroponics, I believe, was your speciality. Baroness Les and I spent most of the night setting this up for you. The lighting, temperature, conditions are fully adjustable. There's tools, equipment, fertilizer, enriched water, all that sort of thing in the back. If you need anything else, just ask. So, what do you say, Slab? Do you want to do some gardening? Now, grow anything you like. Anything at all, but I think Dr. Pench might have some requests, and I have a favor to ask.
Dumped.
In the back room, you'll find a small silver capsule. Inside there are some seeds! These seeds are very precious, very rare, hard to find. From what I understand, they blossom into a beautiful blue flower that is very valuable and very useful to us. The flower has only ever been grown successfully in one place in the whole sector, but I wonder if we could grow them here. What do you say, Slab? Would you like to try and grow the pretty blue flower for Mr. Gladstock?
You sound ill.
I'm not doing very well at all, Slab. I'll be fine in a day or two, I'm sure.
You want a hot water bottle?
Oh, no.
No, I'm fine. Although I maybe could do with something to eat at some point. But I'll call Missy. I still have comms to everyone. But just to be on the safe side while you're all listening, Missy, can you hear me? And you hear on the channel Missy's voices. This is Mr. Gladstock. I'm currently in a cell. I may require some sustenance, but when you bring it to me, don't open the door. Use the food depositing chute. Do you understand? And Missy says, "Why, yes, Mr. Gladstock, no problem. But why are you in a cell? Are you trapped in there?" Mr. Gladstock says, "It's a long story, Missy. Don't worry about it." It's about 7 p.m. It's your time to finish off the rest of this day before we slip into something a little less comfortable.
Mr. Gladstock.
So if there's anything else you want to do for the rest of the day, Hayden, you can have Silus back if you want. Silus is in the little workshop he's been given. Unless there's anything particular he wants to do, we'll go to bed. We'll skip over the rest of this day.
Kid Silus still trying. What was it? Trying to modify a gun.
That'd be a power play task.
Okay.
It'd be like a full day thing. You can do that tomorrow if you want.
Okay. He'll go to bed then. Take his midget ass off to bed.
Okay, so Silus, like all the acolytes, has been given a room on the second floor. Yeah, second floor. Siegfried.
Yeah.
You have been moved into a larger room. Siegfried, Canni, and Gaius now have a suite of rooms each to make room for the new arrivals. Slab bunks down with Vernetta, obviously, but I think
He's going to stay in his greenhouse now.
I mean, you could move the bed into the. There's a back room. I think you can maybe see it on that map. There's a back room with all the equipment in it. Yeah, and you could put his bed in there if you wanted. Vernetta still has her room in the basement at the far opposite end to this. Let me just check which. So the second floor is that one. So there shouldn't be any dynamic lighting on here, so everyone should be able to see.
Can't see shit.
Just a second, it should change.
Oh, I can see it now.
Yeah, so all these small square rooms over to the east end of the map were originally the rooms for the acolytes, but we've had a few shuffles around. We've lost some people, we've gained some people. So as it stands at the minute, over at the far west end, this is Gaius's room. Now, he's got his own desk, he's got his own double bed, he's got his own rug. Coming up in the world, Gaius. This is Siegfried's room for when he's here, which is very rare because he's staying in, what's it, Thingy-mabob, House Elden. You both have your own bathrooms as well.
His bathroom's bigger than mine. I'm not happy.
You also have, yeah, I know. There was a reason for that. You also have this shared living space here, which has a living area, complete with a 3D holographic Holovox entertainment unit and a fireplace. There's even a little desk and a couple of chairs where Gaius can conduct some important meetings. Now he's a trusted acolyte. There's also 2 utility rooms here that currently have no function that belong to you two as well. You can do whatever you want with them.
Weapons and stuff.
Got bodies. Execution cells in there.
Yeah, you can have like armor stands,
That's the body's high.
arming chambers, whatever you want to call them. Canni, Canni now has this room, which I thought was quite fitting for Canni because it has a large bearskin rug on the floor. I decided that was good for Canni. Canni doesn't have his own bathroom, but he does have this one here that he shares with Hannibal, who is next door.
Poor Hannibal.
Oh no, you have to share a bathroom with Canni. That's
Hannibal and Cannibal are sharing a bathroom.
It takes ages in the morning.
And the stench.
Also,
right.
Also
Just
across the way from where your chambers are, you guys, there is this room here, which has it's very suitable for Canni. It's got a very simple little kitchen in there. You could set your drug paraphernalia up there when you're staying here. You could do some cooking of various kinds in there. At the moment, most of that I think is back in the workers' house district. And Hannibal, that is also yours to use if for any reason you fancied cooking or butchering something or anything like that. It's all suitable for that sort of work. And then the rest of the chambers here, along the top, starting with this room, moving right, there's Trantia, Ferinus, Titulos, Jarek, Spring, and then the bottom row is Ted, unknown person that hasn't moved in yet, and unknown person that hasn't moved in yet. No spoilers.
Yeah, cool.
There is also another floor above this, which I don't think any of you ever been to.
We might have been up there before.
Which it looks like this. It's not. This is the servants' quarters, or it was the servants' quarters. There haven't been servants in this house for a long time.
No, we haven't actually. No, I haven't seen that.
So there's even some very, very basic sleeping quarters for if you need to recruit any other minions and bring them here. But the best thing about this entire mansion to me will always be Gladstock's chambers, because Gladstock's in charge, right?
Not anymore, right?
Well, no, not at the minute.
It's the broom cupboard.
But it is literally a broom cupboard. This is Gladstock's quarters here.
Let's squish all the walls, please, in the prison cells. Thank you very much. Mansion's ours.
That's yeah. I mean, you could, but whether Alyssa would do it or not, you don't. But that there is Gladstock's bedroom. He's just got a chair that faces the wall, and the wall is covered in scratch marks.
It's the gimp room.
Yeah, and then this is all Mesmeron's fucking quarters over here. She's I mean, she's an Inquisitor. She deserves something big and fancy. But yeah, that's the.
Siegfried's got a bigger bathroom than her.
In Mesmeron's defence, she doesn't really need a bathroom, but she's also got an entire frigate, which probably has many bathrooms on it. But yeah, that's the box there where the orbs are for reference. Okay, so anything else you want to do this evening, guys?
No, I'm gonna have an early night with Vernetta.
Slab's just going to root around his seeds.
Okay. So yeah, this is going to be Slab's power play thing. So because Slab's a secondary character, he doesn't get as an involved power play as the main characters. It's basically we'll come to this tomorrow, but it's basically you can pick to either prepare the soil and sow seeds or maintain plants that are already planted. And you can do so many a day depending on your role. And depending on how well you roll, when things actually grow, they are of different qualities. The various qualities and also quantity can change. The harvest quantity and quality can change. And when you harvest them, you can grow stuff for food, which will make food that Missy can cook better. Or Canni can cook. Also, you can grow ingredients for chems that Canni and Pench can make, and the better they are, the better quality the final product will be. I don't think it's a spoiler to anyone except maybe Dave, but the blue seeds for the blue flower is Ghostfire. Yeah, it's there's a handful of Ghostfire seeds left in the galaxy, and it seems Dr. Pench and Mr. Gladstock had quite a lot of them.
Nice.
So can they be cultivated elsewhere, though? That's the question. Because they
were sort of powered by the evil, weren't they?
They were powered by not technically evil, but they were powered by the warp and psychic energy.
Mansion's got plenty of that.
I mean, the mansion is literally. I mean, it's a wraithbone construct powered by a dead girl. So it might work.
It could get better growing conditions, really.
Yeah, exactly. What you really need is some soil from Iacanthos. Side quest.
Let's go back.
Iacanthos is no more. Everyone knows that.
Everyone knows Iacanthos is fucking... That was a point, actually, Hayden. I thought about that. If we did bring Dick into this game instead of Gaius, he could have rocked up with some soil from Iacanthos. He could have been like, here, Slab, grow your seeds in that. Next thing you know, fucking Tissiak...
It's a form with me, man.
Tissiak, the demon prince of Zinch, has taken over the mansion. Ah, shit.
Were you tempted to swap Gaius out then for Dick?
Dick would just be like ripping the piss out of everybody and dodging out of the way, wouldn't he? He's a dickhead.
He is. Well,
the
thing is,
I like the big man.
He shags everything. The thing is,
I tries to.
He's very, very similar to Silus, isn't he? That's the problem. He's a very similar build, so.
Oh yeah, gunslinger, but I mean, he's a different vibe altogether, though.
Oh, thanks, mate. Cheers.
Cheers, Sarah.
Hiya.
Hiya.
I'm just fetching his snacks through.
Yeah.
What a lazy man.
I
have.
Thanks, mate. Reserving my energy.
I
Reserving
had
my
a cup of tea and a muffin. I really do.
Says Captain, can you beer wench, beer wife? You say that to Leanne all the time, Dave. You're like,
Give me a beer, give me a beer.
Yeah,
give me a beer wife.
She punishes
Right.
me later for it. So
Yeah. Well. Try being
Good.
nice to her every now and then, Dave.
Good.
Just
I
sort
am
of-
very nice to my wife. Very, very nice. I just like to be a cheeky bastard as well. So.
Yeah, me too. When I can get away with it. Sometimes I can.
I like to try. I might get punched.
Yeah.
I'm willing to take that risk from time to time.
Okay, so
Why do you think about this?
Hello.
We could end up growing some giant fucking carnivorous plant in that room
You could.
Do it.
because
See,
Hannibal
Yeah.
put some bloody Catachan dirt.
He has.
Start splicing plants. You know what I mean? That'd be great.
I have noticed that
What
Hannibal has
plant?
dirt from Catachan, and everyone knows that it's a death world. So,
Yep.
it could get interesting.
Let's
Right.
do it.
So, is there nothing else anyone wants to do on that day?
Let's crack on.
Let's move forward a day.
Let's move forward. The next day,
Yeah.
as you all awaken, this is day 25 since Inquisitor Mesmeron left the mansion. The next day, as you're all sitting around, having breakfast, discussing your plans for the day, Gladstock is conspicuously absent. Gaius, Canni, Trantia, and Otto are not present, but the rest of you are. And there is a buzzing in your ear, Siegfried. And then Alyssa speaks and says, Siegfried, I've got a message for you.
Oh, thank you, Alyssa. Patch it through.
My lord reigns, says the voice of Senior Tartier Kale Marotti. Lady Pagny's head of security says, A message arrived for you in your absence. It sounded distorted and static-laden, as though it came from far away or was transmitted on cheap Vox equipment. The speaker did not give a name, but from his accent I would place him as a native, low-born. He had that foul, guttural accent that many of the natives have. He said,
that's horrible.
He said you should be alert to danger. There was someone coming for you, someone named Neus.
Siegfried starts laughing. Maybe I should tell Dick Pincher if I can get hold of him.
Would you like me to contact this Dick Pincher on your behalf?
Yeah, tell him that his boyfriend's gone loco.
Very well. I mean, it may be it may be a prank, my lord. I was unable to trace the call, suggesting some technical know-how on behalf of the sender. I have doubled the guard at the tower, my lord, and I have the Magos keeping watch with recon skulls outside the tower just to be safe. But I cannot protect you nor Lady Rains if you are not here. And I must, of course, report this to my Lady Pagny. But rest assured, the safety of yourself and Lady Rains is taken most seriously. Speaking of Lady Rains, my lord, I have not seen her for a few days. Is she well?
Yeah, she's well. She's just been out shopping, that's all.
Ah, I understand. My own wife perhaps does not spend many days shopping, but it's many hours.
Yes, it's what they do. Apparently. I just go on hunting trips. That's all I do.
Different lives, I suppose, my lord.
Different lives. Parallel, but not too closely parallel.
Yes, exactly.
So,
If you'll excuse me, my lord, I have business to attend to. My ladyship does ask, will you be returning at any point today?
I believe I will be, yes. I shall return today. I won't be long.
Very good. It's just for cook, that's all. It is Lady Pagny's birthday, and she invited you and Lady Rains to dinner with her.
Where is Tranmere at the minute?
She is down hive, still with, at this moment in time, Canni, Gaius, Otto, and Hannibal.
Otto lives.
He does. He's literally alive right now.
Right at this moment, he is.
So this is
I
the
can't
morning.
wait.
This is the morning after Canni was date raped.
Okay.
Not that he was actually date raped, but I know that's what Hayden and Johnny like to refer to it as.
By Gaius. By Neus. Sorry. By gay Batman, as we
By gay Batman,
refer
yeah.
to.
Neus was very kind and he has strong arms.
He was, and as Hayden can contest to, he is a gentle lover, isn't he, Hayden?
Really appreciates a man in armour.
Oh, gay Batman. Oh, it's still funny after 4 years. Okay, so that with that, Kael Marotti signs off.
Okay.
And I'm just going to grab.
Yeah, I'm going to have a moment and think about it.
Okay.
Neus. Icanthos. Neus. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to recall his face. I think I remember what he looks like.
You will, yeah. It's
Yeah.
been like. It's been less than 6 months since Dick Pincher.
Yeah.
I know it seems like longer. Since Dick Pincher and Siegfried pied ways on Icanthos. It's been less than 6 months since that whole affair with Seth the Voice and Aristocrus and Neus and all the bullshit that went on there. It's not been that long at all, really.
Okay. Could I? Right, I'm gonna get that mask out that I've got. So I can change faces. I'm gonna think about what he looks like, what Neus looks like, and then try and change my face to that thing. And then I'm gonna take a photo. And then I'm gonna take a photo with a picture recorder, and then send that to Kael Marotti if I can somehow.
Yeah, you can do that. Just give me a willpower test at plus 30.
Yeah.
This is just to see if you can actually master the mask. You haven't used it that much.
Yeah.
It's very easy to get the mask to just make a face or make you look a little different. But when you're trying to mimic a specific person from memory, it takes quite some effort to do it. So yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, you can use a data slate to take the picture and to upload that through the mansion's Vox system to the relay, which can then send it to Pagny Tower to Kael Marotti with basically this is the man, keep an eye out for him sort of thing, if that's what you want to do.
Yep, that's what I'm going to do.
Okay, around the same time that's happening, Vernetta, you also get a buzz in your combead from Alyssa, and she says, Vernetta, there's a call for you.
Thanks, Alyssa. Put it through. And also, Alyssa, while you're on here, don't let Gladstock out. Don't let anyone else let him out either, unless I say so.
You mean don't let him out of the cell?
Yes.
Oh dear.
Oh no. What's up, Alyssa?
Just kidding! Patching you through.
I'm going to mutter under my breath. Bitch.
The Vox garbles and squawks for a moment, and then you hear the familiar voice of Lady Pagny, and she says, "Good morning, Miss Calamere. I hope I'm not disturbing you."
No, of course not.
Oh, excellent.
What is it?
Well, firstly, in regards to the pilot you came across, Magos Grus has seen to her removal from the shuttle. She's stable physically, although we do have her sedated. She seems to be suffering from some sort of psychological trauma. The Magos wished to inspect the shuttle. He claims it's unusual in some way. I've told him to leave it be and mind his own business.
Collie says hi.
Hi, Nicole.
Hello.
Okay, so she's stable. Is she stable enough to move, do you think?
Well, I mean, I believe, yes, she could probably be moved, as long as you were, not carrying her over your shoulder and jostling her about, but moved properly and carefully, yes.
Okay, and I guess no one else knows about the secret door. That's still hidden in the Lady Pagny's stuff. You know, like the door that...
Yeah.
Okay.
She says, Very few know of that door.
Okay.
What secret door? This is an open channel.
It's not, and also Siegfried is aware of the secret door, I believe. But
Yeah, he's used it, I'm sure, many times. So,
yeah, not the secret door. Is it?
I want to bring her to the mansion as soon as she's well enough to move.
really good. I'll speak to the Magos and find out how soon she can be moved, and let you know later today, if that's okay.
Thank you. And those bionics, that shopping list.
Ah, yes.
So I gave you.
I've been going over the request with the Magos. The Syrian brothers requesting an eye and an arm. It's a simple enough affair. Have them sent over to the Spire as soon as they're ready, and we can begin that procedure. I've cleared them with security. They've been here before, so I know who they are. The Magos says it should maybe take the best part of the day to do both of them, but of course there will be some recovery time afterwards. As for the girl, Spring, is it? A stealthy leg. I mean, generally, benefits such as that only come about when both limbs are replaced. I don't seem to have any biometric scans of her, though, so if she wants to go ahead with a double leg replacement, I'll need her to come in so we can make an assessment. Lord Rains requested some rejuve work. Unfortunately, we don't do rejuve treatment here, but I do know a very good specialist. Had some work done with him myself, but he's not cheap. I'm forwarding you the details. As for your own augmentation, Miss Calamere, the Magos has taken a personal interest in your own ideas. He has a few questions regarding preferences. Magos Grus also notes that whoever repaired the damage from what he calls extreme rending trauma to the thorax should be applauded. He says it takes a gifted surgeon to repair damage of that magnitude without serious permanent tissue damage, although he does note less care was taken with the external dermis, the aesthetics of your abdomen. He also says that particular damage to your torso could be worked out through a dermomuscular grafting process, which would take a couple of days to cultivate the synth flesh from a sample of your own. Much less chance of rejection that way. The surgery would take about a day, but you would be required to stay within Pagny Tower for a few days under observation. And while we're on with that, the Magos thinks he can probably install subdermal armor that you requested at the same time. Alternatively, we do have a cheaper option of external plating. We could incorporate that into the rebuild of your torso section. It would be more obtrusive, more obvious, of course.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring the relevant people to the Spire today.
Well, there is another few things that you added on your shopping list. As for your arm, the Magos wished me to express his distaste at the crudeness and the quality of work on your prosthetic arm. He wishes to offer you a replacement at his own expense. I believe it's out of personal pride rather than a gesture of kindness. I am aware, however, that you expressed interest in perhaps upgrading that arm. I know it's taken some damage. The Magos says he will replace that free of charge with just a better general quality arm, or for an extra price we can upgrade that arm further. But of course there would be a financial cost involved in that.
So does Vernetta have the purse strings now that Gladstock's there?
You'd have to ask him. You'd have to speak to him about that.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Let's empty Mesmeron's bank account. Let's do it.
I'm not against spending a bit of cash here. So
bit of somebody else's money.
Yep. He says, Magos Grus also adds that in relation to the arm, to the upgrades, we can offer you a similar model to the one we fitted to Mr. Mortalis. Expensive, but almost undetectable, coated with synth flesh. Alternatively, if you would prefer to embrace the machine more, as I know sometimes some people do, we have non-synth skin encased models that otherwise resemble natural appendages, or more functional, less aesthetic models, all of which can be acquired at a variety of quality levels. You also expressed a desire for built-in equipment, a combi tool to be precise, I believe. No problem. But if you choose the higher spec model, we could have a second device built in, perhaps another tool or a weapon, a pistol or something, or even a melee weapon.
Me and Gaius be melter gun buddies.
Yeah, you could have a melter arm.
Cool. I'll ask to send across the costs and the details.
Okay. So, of course. As for the eye, a little bit of an unusual request. An auger array, I believe you specified. Some sort of scanning equipment. We can do that, but it depends how lifelike you want the eye, as to the cost as well. But have you given any thoughts to the other eye? Because we can definitely do one eye and give you an auger array. But there are a variety of things we can do with eyes, perhaps both. There's all sorts we can do. I'll send you the catalogue. However, the thing I really want to talk to you about...
nice to see catalogue.
The thing I really want to talk to you about, it's relating to your digestive system, your stomach and liver. The Magos believes that this is something we can do, without a doubt. He says that whoever did the previous work to your digestive system is quite cruel, and what was done there is rather crude. And I've looked over the data myself. It appears you have an artificial chemical dependency, as though your digestive system has been replaced by someone wishing to control you. We can replace the digestive system, no problem at all, with a better one, a more efficient one. But that won't fix the issue with the dependency. But with a few days system flushing and a little counter-chemical warfare on your system, we should have you fixed up in no time. And I must say, I'm surprised you'd never had the work done before.
Thank you. There's a lot to do.
There is indeed. He says, we can do a basic replacement for the entire system, or we could give you the best we have, and, well, then you'll never have a problem with anything you eat or drink ever again. Also, you requested an interface for connecting to equipment and crafts. We have standard MRU systems, or we also have an upgraded military-grade neural array, which is something we've developed in more recent years. We could fit one of those. We can start on that and the plating immediately as soon as you get here. Everything else must be tailored and will take a few days.
I'll thank her. I'm conscious that I'm taking quite a bit of time here, Dave, so maybe we can do some of this offline maybe. But yeah, I'm going to head over to the Spire today, I think.
Okay.
And ask, who was it? Spring? Fairness? Who was the other one? What's his name?
Titulos.
Was there anyone else having work done?
Siegfried was going for rejuve, but they can't do it here.
Okay. And no one else wanted any other bionics, I think.
Okay,
should we get slabs on bionics? I don't know. Anyway, so I'll get the others to come to the Spire as well today. We'll head that way.
Okay, so Fairness, Titulos definitely are up for this. They love the idea of matching kneecaps, and they both want these augmetic arms. Spring is coming along simply because you think she still doesn't fully understand what's happening here. She doesn't fully understand that you're talking about replacing her legs. But she's coming anyway because it's you, and she'll go anywhere with Vernetta. So I've got a list of how much this is going to cost, depending on the level of tech you choose, and how much how long each thing is going to last. And I'll send you that.
Cool.
Later.
I don't Mesmer's going to be fucking. She's going to go ballistic if she hasn't been burnt at the stake already.
We're never going to see Mesmeron again, so.
I don't think we are.
Maybe you will, maybe you won't. Who knows?
I'll also need to comms Gladstock to ask about the purse strings, I suppose. He did mention it wouldn't be a problem, I think. But
He did. So are you doing that now?
Yeah, might as well.
Okay, he says, oh, yes, of course. one moment. I'm transferring you the account details.
Hello, mate.
And then you hear a beep on your data slate, and you suddenly realise you have access to this fake account in the name of Lord Baros Machenko.
Okay.
Well,
And what's the bank balance, Dave?
I'm going to send you that.
Okay, fantastic.
Oh, six.
Just need to check it. Which one is it? It's that one, I think. Yes. That looks likely.
Billions.
But not for long. I'm also going to be curious to compare this to Inquisitor Lucius and see who's
Let's
got
shop till we drop. Let's shop like it's going out of fashion.
Send you in Facebook Messenger, Al.
Okay.
You now have access to that account.
Okay. Well, that's the most thrones I've ever had in any game, so...
All right. So, with that done, we're now on to Power Play Day 25. Yeah! Power Play. The part of the game where we speed through day after day after day after day. Rapid fire. This is where, shit goes really fast. It isn't, is it? It's that's what's supposed to happen, but what really happens is we get bogged down in ridiculous details, and it takes 8 sessions to pass 3 days. But let's start with Slab, because he's new to this. So this is how Power Play works. Dave, if you go into the Power Play menu, there are a number of handouts here that everyone can see. You should be able to see them. The first one that I want to draw your attention to is the Acolyte's instructions. It lists everything that everyone is doing or has been instructed to do here. But that doesn't mean that that's what you have to do. There are other things you can do. So then the second handout I want you to have a look at is Power Play Daily Options. So each day in Power Play you can choose one of these options. So the first 3 are like specific, and the 4th one is anything else you can think of. Number 1, faction work, Inquisitor Mesmeron's tasks. Every character has a specific thing that they're supposed to be doing for the Inquisitor. Yours is growing shit. You can also, if you would rather, spend the whole day doing personal improvement. This works a bit like it does in D&D, where you do stuff in downtime and it's cumulative, and I make you roll a dice, and then you may be able to learn skills and abilities that otherwise you wouldn't have access to. But it's quite long-winded, that it takes time. The third one is travelling to other areas of the Hive, carrying out side missions. There isn't any side missions at the minute. You could travel through the Hive if you wanted. I can't stop you. You can go where you want. And then there's other stuff. And the other stuff covers if you want to go and visit another character and talk to them. It doesn't necessarily take up your whole day. But, if there's something specific you want to do, like you want to see Missy, you want to ask Vernetta for a new pair of shoes, you want to, go and bother someone while they're trying to concentrate. Anything small and role play that you want to add on to what you're doing for the day is also covered by that.
Righto.
So, that being said, how would you like to spend day 25 of Power Play?
Hello, precious.
Planting shit.
Okay. So if you then open up the subfolder Power Play Objectives, you'll see there is a handout there for Slab.
Can't see a subfolder of Power Play Objectives.
Oh, that means I haven't put you into the permissions list. What about now?
Nope.
It should be under Power Play Objectives.
We'll be back shortly, guys. I'll return.
No worries, Johnny.
I will return.
There you go. I should have just showed it to you.
Hang on, I'm just refreshing it.
Okay, so as it says in this handout, Slab has a garden. Each day, when you choose... Oh, can you not see it on the screen?
Oh, yeah, can now.
Yeah. So each day, when you choose to work the garden, you can choose a number of activities. You can prepare the soil and plant, you can tend the garden, or you can harvest. So it's basically, to keep it simple, 8 hours, a whole day of each one. At the moment, obviously, there's nothing to tend, there's nothing to harvest. So basically, if you want to do some gardening, it's option 1, preparing the soil and planting. So, first of all, what do you want to plant?
Something edible.
Okay, so you can get, if you don't have seeds, you can also acquire seeds. So that's something else you could do with traveling to other areas of the hive. You could go looking for more seeds. Also, there is a very well-stocked, functioning kitchen where Missy has a lot of fresh fruit and veg, thanks to Ferinus and Titulos, who recently went shopping and bought a load of such things. These are extravagant items in the 41st millennium as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and you're aware of that. You've been to Missy's kitchen. You know what's in there.
Yep.
So
you just said there's a load of seeds in the back room at the hydroponics bay as well, didn't you?
there are a load of seeds, but you don't know what half of them do. There are this small capsule of these blue seeds as well. So it's entirely up to you.
How many capsules of seeds are there? Different types of seeds in this silver thing?
So in this silver capsule you have, there's just the one. There are 6 of these blue seeds.
Alright, ignore them for now.
Okay.
Just need some regular seeds, something foody.
Okay. Give me a search check with a plus 30 because this is your field of expertise, so you'd know your way around this.
Cabbages.
Or potatoes.
Okay. Yeah, there's a load of seeds here that you think, looking at them, might be fruit and veg, but you don't really identify exactly what they are. But you're fairly certain some of them are fruit and veg.
What's with a secret dildo finger? I missed that.
That's your secret attachment on your arm. You
Oh,
got
I
a secret
see.
dildo finger. Gaius has got a fancy gun, you've got a secret dildo finger.
That could be
That
really
may come in handy,
effective.
right?
If
It
it was
could
like, if it was spring loaded, you could just like run up to people and go boom, and just take their eye out, couldn't you?
To get in their ear and make it vibrate.
Set it to vibrate.
Yeah. Okay, so Slab, yeah, you found some seeds. You're not entirely sure exactly what they would grow, but you're fairly certain they look like, fruit and veg of some kind.
I will scrutinise them as if I was looking at a piece of fine jewellery under a microscope and then suck one to see what it tastes like.
It tastes like a seed. But I will let you make a scrutiny check for one specific reason. If you pass this, you'll be aware of something.
I ain't got a chance of passing this, mate.
But that's the fun of Dark Heresy. Oof. Yeah, they all just taste like seeds. They don't really taste like much at all. It would be a bit of a guess as to what you're planting here.
Wait a minute, I'm making a roll, and if I meet a fucking preset number that I've determined, I'll tell you something. No, alright. Just seeing if I accidentally swallowed it. Okay, so I shall plant one. I'll plant a couple of them.
Alright, so if you make a trade agriculture roll with a plus 20 for the quality of the tools and the hydroponic equipment that you've been given.
Some good rolls tonight.
Okay, that doesn't mean you've failed to plant them. This just affects the quality of the plant when it finally is harvested. But you can change that quality with your additional effort that you'll put into maintaining its growth. So you spend the best part of today working on this one particular area of the garden. So, something I forgot to mention. The garden is divided into 1 meter by 1 meter plots. So each time you make one of these rolls, you are basically seeding one of these 1 meter squares.
Yep.
So let's just put this here for you. Oops. Oh dear, what have I done? No, that doesn't look right. So there you go, I've marked that first square with a number 1. That's plot number 1. And that is assorted vegetables.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And your handout will, each session, it will get updated so you can see what you're growing where and the quality that you think the quality of the work that you think you've done as well. So you'll be able to keep track of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up after Slab, it's Silus. And I'm a little bit excited for this because I have made a mini game within a mini game.
Just been reading it all. Looks really good. Movement.
You've only got half of it. Let me go for a wee and get comfortable because, ladies and gentlemen, Silus is going to go and explore the wasteland.
I'm going to sit in the cat and upgrade my gun.
You need to go there. You need to get some money for the mansion because I'm going to spend it all.
Oh, okay. I guess that's my duty now. I'm gonna go explore those wastelands.
Go scavenge.
Scavenge in my torch.
Does Silus need any bionics, do you think?
Silus would like some skin stuff.
Somewhat, sorry?
Quite tech-based. Like stuff to do tinkering or anything like that. Even like a with a more computer pretty good for him.
I mean, I think Vernetta's got a spare, or at least maybe it's Canni. Let's see if I've got a combi tool. Just give us a sec.
Just good at fixing shit. Really good at crafting stuff as a fixer. You can keep things running, it's one of them.
Mm-hmm.
You know how to oil the engine type. I put oil in it today instead of machine spirit blessing. And it for good measure too. Over.
Right, so you said you wanted to modify a gun, but I don't think you have weaponsmith, do you?
I've got something actually.
You've got Technomat, but that's about modifying. That's modifying equipment rather than weapons. So I think weaponsmith is something you can pick up later, and you could learn that skill in downtime. You could also assist Vernetta with such things, and Ted while you're at the mansion, if you wanted to try and pick up a skill like that. But I don't think you actually have weaponsmith. No,
it's just something for maintenance of guns and stuff. I get an X bonus.
Yeah, so maintenance. You can do maintenance. Also, like if you want to clear a jam, you're better at it than most people would be. That's what the firearm tech use is. It's for stuff like that. But to actually and also you'd be capable of swapping mods on a weapon, which most people wouldn't be able to do without an armorsmith skill. But to actually make mods or to upgrade a weapon, you'd need the weaponsmith skill.
Don't worry about that. Let's get into the wastes then, Dave.
Okay, right. I'm going to give you a.
Yeah, when you do want to do work on your weapon, just say we'll stick Ted on it, mate. It's no bother. We've got a spare weaponsmith now, right? So. Yeah,
and also if you assist Ted, you won't provide any bonuses to it because you haven't got the skill, but the time you spend will go towards you learning the skill, and then you'll be able to do that sort of shit yourself.
It looks like I'm going to be out the mansion for a bit, so I get up really early in the morning and fuck off from my Taurox.
Okay. And you head out. It takes you a couple of hours to get to the edge of Hive Decilium, but then you're out into the free wastes, and here's a map.
Okay. Ooh, I've seen it. I've been looking at this.
So this is a map of the immediate area around Hive Decilium. You can see Cyric Scale's mansion hideouts marked there. To give you a sense of scale as well, it's around about 5,000 kilometers square, something like that. It's quite a big area. The individual hexes are 50 kilometers. Ignore the terrain that you can see. That's just to give you something pretty to look at. You don't know what the terrain is because although you have travelled the wastes of Hive Decilium a lot, the constant radstorms, the shifting winds, and the mass piles of silica and glass-like fragments that cover this world are changing the landscape forever. So you don't know what is out there or where. Most of the settlements that exist beyond Hive Decilium are temporary. There's smugglers make their bases out there. There are people that make a living scavenging like you do that you can trade with or perhaps end up fighting over salvage. There's people out there, but they're few and far between, and they could be anywhere. So as everyone else has, Silus has the choice of personal improvement, doing whatever he fancies, or his power play task. His power play task is to find xenotech in the wastes and bring it to Gladstock. But you might find other stuff in the wastes, and that stuff you can sell, or you can bring to the team, or you can keep and fix up. It's entirely up to you.
And set up my intergalactic burger bar. Do it.
You're obsessed.
In every game, Hayden starts to make an intergalactic burger bar. Right. I just need to find a document.
Yep. I've got a van.
Where are we? There we are.
Rat burgers on the waist.
Okay, so each day that you're out in the wastes, you have a choice of doing three things. One is travelling, one is scavenging, one is trading. You can scavenge anywhere, in any tile, but the chances of you finding stuff are improved depending on what exists in that tile. But you don't know what exists in that tile, so you have to find out. To trade, obviously you need to find someone to trade with. So that's either travelling people, a settlement, or you can return to Hive Decilium and trade. So to travel, the Taurox can travel around 600 kilometres in a day, assuming that the terrain is fairly flat and easygoing and not much more than ash wastes and sandy, silicate glass-covered surfaces. Hi again, Johnny.
Sorry.
But that distance you can travel will vary depending on the terrain and also your ability to drive the Taurox. So, first of all, we'll start with... We'll take this step by step. To begin travelling, which is what you're going to have to do to start with, you have to arrive in a new tile, which you just have. You've arrived in a tile on the edge of the city. So, Cyrus, you have a built-in Auspex in your Taurox, which is constantly scanning the environment. While you're driving through this new square that you've just entered, I'd like you to make a +20 for the Auspex awareness check, please.
Nice.
Reading. I've already read it, man.
Tell me what you got.
2.5 degrees of...
Okay, so what you get now is you learn the terrain of 1 plus the degrees of success. So that's 3. You learn the terrain of 3 tiles adjacent to your location. So you can choose which tiles they are. So realistically, there's only 4 that are available because 2 of them here and here are the city. So you should be...
Is the
Is what? Sorry.
There I am. I found myself. I found the town. Okay, so I can see 1, 2, 3 next to me. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's 4 around you altogether. There's only the 2 that are part of the city that you can't really reveal. So choose. Just a second. Let me just get where I need to be so I can see you. Choose 3 of those 4 tiles. So just clarify. There's this one, this one, this one, and this one. So pick 3 of those 4. Tell me which one you want to choose and roll a D100 for each.
Okay, can you see me marked?
I can, yeah.
Okay, start from top to bottom, first D100. Bang. Bang. Oh my god, it's rough round there.
82, 91, 84. So that is... Wow. That is a rough start.
How does anybody get out of this fucking city?
Okay, so, yeah, that's a really good point. How do they get out of this city? So, what you've got here is... immediately...
Green shit.
Northeast and southeast of you, that is acid lakes. Now, these feature quite heavily on Decilium. Perhaps they were once water. Perhaps some horrible disaster or great war has occurred here. But yeah, that's acid lakes are not great. And the the third one. Let me just. The third tile is a canyon. Now, canyons are not impassable, neither are acid lakes. But, you know, it slows you down. It makes driving more difficult, and the hazards of driving become greater. So no terrain is impassable because this is a motherfucking Taurox, yo. And it can pretty much handle anything. But certain terrain does slow you down. So I'm going to tell you, I think you can see it, but I'm going to tell everyone else what this does. So acid lakes give him a -10 modifier. To a navigation roll. They also slow him right down, and if he fails, he takes corrosion damage to the armor of the Taurox. The canyon gives a -20 to navigation roll, slows him down a little bit more, and if he fails, he gets the Taurox stuck in the canyon. So, okay. Yeah, so...
But his Silus just gets nowhere, it just gets stuck.
So at the moment, that's what you know. You can choose to drive... Or you can choose to spend another half hour scanning to try and uncover what this 4th square is, if you'd like.
Let's just go home.
Half hour scanning.
Okay.
Another awareness test with +20, yeah?
Yeah, but you don't really need to because there's only 1 square, so you can't fail it. So just roll a D100 and we'll see what's there.
Get ready. Get off my soul.
This is basically, guys. This is all about prep for the next part of the campaign. Jesus Christ, Hayden.
Acid.
How does anybody get out of this place?
Why did they build this fucking city on all these acid lakes? This is although in hindsight, I suppose really it makes sense. It makes it very defensible. It's like a moat.
It is a moat. That's what I'm thinking. It's the moat, basically.
Fire the canyon.
So
I'm on fire the canyon.
I was going to say none of that is impassable, Hayden. But the easiest one, you know from experience, the acid lakes are actually easier to negotiate than the canyon. But if you fuck up, the penalty is harsher for the acid lake.
I want to give myself out of an acid lake again.
Okay, so which one?
I don't want to dig myself out of an acid lake. Not again. I'm going to go straight east. Straight through the canyon.
Straight through the canyon.
I'm gonna rev my engine and try to drive straight over.
Alright.
Straight over. I'm gonna find the ramp. The canyon Bart Simpson style. Homer Simpson style.
So that is RR82. Okay,
We're all gonna die.
so as you're all right, Johnny. You're not in there. This is just Silus on his own. So this gives you a -20 to your navigation roll.
Make an awareness test in the back of my truck while I'm doing Auspex tests.
We'll come to that in a moment. So, give me a navigation surface roll with a -20, please, for the difficulty of the canyon. Four degrees of failure. Lovely, lovely.
Oh,
Why is that locked?
you got 4 degrees of failure there. It's not locked. It's still locked. Trying to be the answer.
Is that a fate point you're using, Hayden?
Yes, I believe it should be.
I can't hear you though, Hayden.
Must be.
Yeah, I figured that, but I can't actually hear him.
Deep in thought. He's going.
Or maybe it's me. Is it?
No, I couldn't hear
I
him
can hear
either.
you. I can hear him. I can hear you.
Cool.
Okay, can you still hear me, Hayden?
No,
I can't hear him. Hey there, Hayden. Hear me now.
we lost you, buddy.
There's no little green light coming on, Hayden, which would
Nah.
imply that you're not getting any input from it.
I can see you, but I can't hear you.
Sounds like sign language.
Three syllables.
Why have you got Johnny's tech disease all of a sudden, Hayden?
It's infectious, isn't
Can
it?
everybody stop spreading the technological STDs about? Use a condom, for fuck's sake.
I feel that Alexa's responsible somehow. I know she's not in this game, but
It's Alyssa trolling you over the
Yeah,
box.
so Alyssa messing about.
that's a bit weird because it was working just fine, right?
Yeah, I don't know what's happened there.
It did this a little while ago before everybody else joined.
I think it is Discord. I think Discord's been a bit flaky lately. Anyway, while you have a fiddle about and see if you can sort that out, Hayden, you do successfully navigate the canyon, but it takes 4 hours. So it takes half the day to go up and down all these twisty bits and pieces, and you've got another 4 hours of time that you can use today. So before we go any further, there's a couple of things you can do with this. So you can carry on moving, but also you can use the Auspex to try and see what else is around. But before you do, so that first square was kind of like a bit of a nothing. In addition to looking at what the terrain is like, you can also use the Auspex in a more or in a less passive manner. So the Auspex will pick up the terrain, but you can also use it, and this takes half an hour of your time. And there's two ways you can use the Auspex. One is in a general sweep, where you can sweep for certain energy signatures, and the other is in a focused way, where you can focus on a tile and find out more about that tile. All right. So to start with, let's do another general +20 Auspex test to see what the Auspex picks up about the terrain. Okay, so it doesn't pick up anything. There's maybe some shady radiation here. Decilim's quite prone to weird hotspots like that. So you've got a choice here. You can drive blindly into another square, or you can spend another half hour making a scan.
Blindly. Fly blind.
Drive blindly. Nominate one of the tiles that you'd like to drive into, please.
I like how whenever Johnny - Siegfried makes a suggestion, it's always something that's the wrong thing to do.
I know,
always
it's
a naughty
brilliant,
thing
isn't
to
it?
do. So it's always the thing that you should do the opposite, but it's tempting, isn't it? It's tempting.
It's just so tempting.
Okay, so you drive
with
into
it.
this.
Go with you, girl.
You're the agent of chaos, Johnny. I love it.
You drive into this particular area blind. Your Auspex equipment's not being particularly helpful here, and you eventually, after a little while, start to discover it's rocky terrain, but it's not particularly heavy going. So I would like you to make a navigate surface roll with a +20.
Oh!
Yeah, and you make good time across here. So you've had 4 hours, you've had 2 half-hour scans, so that's a total of 5 hours. You whip across this tile in about an hour.
Right.
But while you're here, you can also... it's up to you. You can just pass through this tile, or you can stop and use your Auspex a bit more if you'd like. Okay, so you can use it in a general sweep of the area, or you can focus it on a tile. Focus it. Sweep. Okay, so give me... this is a tech use test at +20. It lasts another half hour.
Yes.
3, so that's a total of 4. So, that being said, you get to choose, when you do sweep mode, you get to choose what type of thing you're searching for. Structures, biosigns, energy signatures, radiation, or gas.
Energy signatures.
Radiation! Fucking, I'm getting so good at this charades. So you're sweeping all of the surrounding tiles for radiation. So you got... What did you get? You got 4 in total. So... okay, so nominate the 4 tiles you want to see what is there radiation-wise.
Logic.
Roll a D100 for each.
Top to bottom.
Yep, top to bottom. Cool.
Ooh. Ooh. Not bad. Better.
So, only one of them has any sign of any radiation, and it's... I've just lost the fucking truck somehow. What's happened there? Was that you, Hayden? Jesus Christ. Is this one here?
Okay.
It's the last time I give you permission to drive the truck. Just a second. I don't know where the exact truck's gone. So let's just have Gladstock's car, shall we, instead? Because I've got that right here. Wait.
Whoa. We'll get there in no time.
Has that turned up?
Run
absolutely
over
massive?
Hive.
I can't move the map.
It's
What's
massive.
happening?
The beast of a car, though. That's cool.
Yeah, that's Gladstock's special sexy limo. Oh, now it's just short and fat. Fuck it, that'll do. It's just an
That'll
indicator.
do, yeah.
So yeah, the one with the pink dot is the only one where you detect radiation, and it's localized radiation. So it's not a natural storm, and it's not being emitted by any equipment. You think this might be just, one of these pockets of radiation that exists on this world, almost natural in its occurrence. And what this does is it makes scavenging more difficult, and also makes the potential for violence or trade harder. because of the general nastiness of the air. You'll be alright because you're in your Taurox, but you might not find other people there likely to help you. Meanwhile, while you think about what you want to do next, I'm going to see what's in the square that you're currently in. So you pass through this 50-kilometer desert wasteland that you're driving through, and at one point you see a trio of people riding on these what look like mechanical horses, and they're made of this almost glass-like material. And you've lived around here long enough to know that these are called glass steeds, and they are quite literally mechanical glass horses. And they stop as you come around a ridge, and they watch you very warily. And the lead one holds up his hand and gives a certain wave, and you know that this is an indication that they don't want trouble, but they are willing to trade. Okay? So you can try and trade with them if you want, if you've got anything to trade. You probably haven't really got much in the way of trade, but they have. Let me just see what they've got. Okay, they don't have anything of particular value that you think Gladstock would be interested in, or any equipment, but what they do have is they have a number of units of salvageable materials. So this is stuff that's not particularly useful as in-game equipment, but it can be bought and sold at a profit in the right places and fixed up. But in game terms, it's not particularly useful to you or any of your friends. But it is worth trading if you want to trade some of it. No? Okay, so off you go, and you exchange a few words with them, and they go about their business. They look very wary at you because you've got this fucking truck with massive autocannons on, but there's no trouble to be had. So yeah, you've got 1, 5, 6, 6.5. You've still got another hour and a half of today left. You can scan again for something else. Or you want to have another search around for the terrain. You want to focus on an area. Wait, hold up a finger. Option 1, look at the terrain. Option 2, do a wide sweep with your scan. Option 3, focus the scan. Option 4, scavenge. Option 4, you want to scavenge. Okay. So I want you to make a search roll, and it will be... just a straight search roll.
Nice. Nice.
Excellent.
Okay, so on your character sheet, Hayden, you can add 20 thrones worth of salvageable loot. When you get to trade, you can haggle that price, but that's like the base price. Each unit is worth 10 thrones, and you found 2 units. But you didn't find anything particularly, exciting or interesting. So that would be the rest of your day. Cool.
I'm still here, by the way, guys.
Yeah, no worries. Ted, I assume Ted is assisting Vernetta?
I can't remember what we did in our last day power play. Can you remind me? What
Oh, Ted was working on the gloves. Ted was working on Spring's gloves.
Okay, well, we'll carry on. I'll leave Ted on that one.
Okay, so I'm going to... I don't know if you've got access to the character sheet, have you?
Where would it be?
Under James in the warband.
I do have access to Ted.
Okay, let's... it'll be under Vernetta for the actual... crafting, won't it? So let me just figure out where he got to. Done that. Done that. Oh, that's the coffee dispenser. Which one we needing?
Nope.
Burn. 1.3. Previous work. So you're on to final assembly for the gloves.
Cool.
So
Scrap code is
Scrap code's back! Alan, it's back! Run! So this will be a trade armor roll from Ted with a... So that's a plus 10. Hang on. With a plus 30.
Yikes. 3 is a success.
How many?
6.
Ooh. Okay. Oh shit! I've just accidentally quit roll 20.
Hello.
Hey, welcome back. We can hear
Aiden's
you
back.
again, mate. Welcome back. Oh, by the way, guys, I'm thinking like when you come back with a truck, mate, we should get Ted and Vernetta to try and soup it up a bit. You know, try and pimp the Torox up a bit. I don't know. I mean, there's probably lots of stuff we can do with it.
Yeah,
It's decorated.
it's up to you guys. It's there's no limits to what you
my
can do.
ride.
Yeah.
Can't hear you, Johnny. Just you're breaking up a lot.
You not hear me at all?
Oh no, I can hear you right now. But before you were like quite scrap cody.
No worries.
Okay, so let me just fucking find where I was on my page before I shut everything down. So 6 degrees of success. Why is it being a dick?
It's my fault, I think. I'm actually trying to...
No, it's not. It's something else.
Is it something else?
There we go. Yeah, it's my computer was just flitting about like a lunatic. Scrap code, Johnny.
Okay.
All right, so 6 degrees of success. This is okay. So, roll a d10, please. Alan?
6.
6. All right. Okay.
Power play, Dave.
Say again.
Oh, that was cool. The power play option.
You have to say that's a neat little mini game.
So, Spring's gloves have symbols of the Imperium, the Aquila, things like that on, and also of the Ordo Malleus. And just because it's Spring, you and Ted, between you, have come up with this idea of making them hideable behind leather flaps, so she can flip them up and go, "Yeah, bitch, I'm Inquisition!" And it gives her plus 10 Intimidate when she uses it. Give me another 3 d10s, please.
Intimidating gloves.
So they're no better than normal mesh, but they have a few extra little things on them. They give her plus
5, 8, 7.
They give her plus 10 to silent move, so that's perfect for her.
Well, when she's walking on her hands.
Yeah. Well, the mesh, you see, so they were clanking before. And the negative patterns, what were they? 8 and 7. The negatives are they're chafing. They're a bit uncomfortable. She has to make exhaustion tests every 8 hours.
God damn it. I'm going to be spending the whole campaign working on these gloves, trying to make them not fucking too shit. You know?
And they're not the best fit. Maybe that's because Ted took over. But if she's ever knocked prone while wearing the armour, she has to spend a full action rather than half an action to stand back up. So basically, if she gets knocked over, her gloves are like stopping her from being able to like push herself
Weighing
up.
her down.
Yeah, but they're still good. They're pretty good. You know, it's better than they were when you first made them.
Ted's gonna say, "Yeah, it'll do."
I fucking will, Ted. You're right. Next up is Theranos. I'm going to skim through Theranos,
Well,
but
Dave,
yeah.
can I, as Vernetta, order Theranos, Titulos, and Spring, and go to Spire Pagny to get the work done?
Sure, yeah. So Theranos, Titulos, Fitting, Spring, yeah.
Now, I'd like to tell Spring, you trust me, don't you, Spring?
Yeah. I trust you, V. You're my best friend.
Good. Trust me.
I'd like to make a fellowship roll. You'll get a modifier for this, actually, because of Spring. Because of the evil.
Don't need your legs, Spring.
The Inquisition does.
The God Emperor wants your legs.
I hope if she agrees to this, I just want you to promise me, Alan, that you will feed them to Canni. So
I mean, it's a bit weird, but I can't see why Vernetta would do that because it doesn't seem in character for her.
No, you're right.
Although I want to do that. I mean, I'm genuinely on board, but
so it's a 42. You get a plus 10.
Okay. I will use a fate point.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 degrees of failure.
Okay.
It's a Commodore 60.
Spring tells you, yeah, I trust you, V. I trust you. I'll come with you, you know. Where are we going? Anywhere fun?
I'm just going to get your legs sorted out, Spring.
Or is
I
it
don't
not
want you to
working
have a
right?
Yeah, you got a bit of a limp going on there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't want to limp. Yeah. Well, can he be there?
Don't know where Canni is. I don't know if I'll ever see him again.
Oh, that's a shame. It's a good
I miss
lad.
him. I miss Canni.
Everyone misses Canni, except people with guns, because he's big.
I see what you did there.
All right, so yeah, off you go to Spire Pagny. We'll cover that later.
Yeah, we could do it offline if you like, mate. Just
it's going to take a while. Most of it is me rolling anyway, and I'll just tell you what it is. So I'll present you with some options, and you just pick them.
Okay.
And then that's on today. Is that on today 26? Oh no, we didn't cover what Siegfried was doing. Did we cover what Siegfried was doing? No, what's Siegfried doing?
I was going to go back to House Elden, but I can't really return without. I just say that she's shopping without what do you call it?
It's a long shopping trip. Trantia.
Yeah, she's gone off world for some sightseeing. I'll say that.
For some new shoes.
I mean, you can go back there on your own if you want. It might raise a bit of suspicion, or you can stay here and spend the day doing something else. It's up to you.
I'm gonna. I said I'd return shortly, so I'm gonna nip back and then nip out. So I'm just gonna nip back just to show my face. I've just forgot something like that.
Yeah.
I'm off to go and join Lady Rain on the hunting trip. She's gone for sightseeing, a safari in the wastelands. I'm going to join her.
Okay. Give me a deception roll, please.
Okay. Let's see if I can deceive people.
Should be able to. I think you're pretty good at it. Just grab a beer while you're doing that.
Oh, deceive. No, he's not. And then let's see. Let's roll a 1.
Nice.
Yeah, it is on lies.
Believe his lies.
That is why he says, yeah, just joining Lady Rain on a safari trip.
Kale Marotti says, "Of course, my lord. You get the impression he doesn't believe you, but also it's a bit above him to question you or suggest that you're lying. But it's quite obvious he doesn't believe you.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
So what would you really like to do?
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend the day training with my two swords together in the mansion, just getting used to using them both and trying to iron out the offhand disadvantage if I can. If that's even a thing.
Yeah,
I'd like to try and practice on my ambidexterity.
So basically to fight two-handed effectively, there's a number of skills you have, and I think you have some. You have you have ambidextrous? No, you don't. So ambidextrous is one of the ones you need. You're working towards that, and two-weapon fighting. So you're putting some time in towards those, yeah?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Okay.
If they're ever in the same place together, Hannibal can help you with that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Cool. If two people are training on the same thing, it adds time to it. So say you spend 8 hours doing something and someone is doing the same thing, you both get 12 hours.
Yeah, that's good.
It's not so much that Hannibal needs to learn it, he can teach him, because he's ambidextrous, he's got two-weapon fighting, melee and ranged.
That's another thing as well, like Ferinus and Titulos can teach people, because they're guard, they can teach people their fighting techniques. So Hannibal would be able to do the same, because he's also guard.
That's cool. Excellent.
So when he gets back, that's definitely something you can help with.
Dave, how far are we behind the other team?
So that was the end of day 25. Gaius fell into a coma at the end of day 26.
It's no good, is it?
Okay, so we're not too far behind now.
Yeah.
Okay. So, speaking of day 26, let's do day 26.
Cool.
So Siegfried, what would you like to do today?
I'm going to continue doing the training.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to just eat, and then I'm going to spend most of the entire day training again, working on that, and then doing some basic physical exercise as well.
Exercise, okay.
And also, while I'm doing this, I want to try and use my mask as well, just to try and work with the mask to try and improve my ability with it.
Okay, so you've got 8 hours. Tell me how you want to split those 8 hours up.
Okay, so I'm going to spend 4 hours doing the training, and then 4 hours trying to work on my face. So
nice face, Siegfried.
It can be any face you want.
It's a very powerful item, that mask.
Yeah, it is. That's what I try and practice with it.
Okay, so Vernetta, you're probably going to be at Spire Pagny still getting work done. And while I'm on with that, that'll be Ferinus, Titulos, and Spring at the very least will be here for these days as well.
Yep.
Slab.
Mm.
What would you like to do today?
Tend my seed. I'm going to spread my seed all over people's faces.
Oh no!
You're gonna tend your cabbages.
Not another wanker in the mansion. We've got enough of them.
No, I'm going to plant another set because it's going to take more than a day for a seed to sprout.
Yeah, it does. It takes an unspecified amount of time that you don't yet know, but as time goes on, you'll be able to estimate how long things are going. So once again, give me a seed plantage roll, which is where's your fucking thing gone? So that is a +20 trade agri roll, and also tell me what you're planting. So at the moment, you've still got the assorted fruit and veg, and you've got
just more fruit and veg.
Okay.
Cabbages.
That's better. Couple of beers, like a couple of bottles of Hobgoblin or something, if you can.
Please, thank you. There we go. That's
I'll see if I
Dave.
can plant
That's much better, is it? See? You can be civil to your beer wench.
Just hang on a minute. Leanne, can you come here a moment? Can you come here a moment? Would you would you just tell everyone on record that I am actually nice to you? Yeah. Just tell
Yeah.
Yeah, he's nice, yeah.
I'm just
Leanne,
Wave your left hand if he's making you say that.
See? She said
tell her to blink twice if she's being coerced.
I'm just Alan, you know by now, I'm just a troll. I like to provoke people. I'm very nice to my loving wife, and she's very nice to me, and we look after each other, don't we? You fucking massive spastic. Sorry.
Sorry, dear.
Sorry, don't hurt me. She beats me up in my sleep as well. That's something I'd like to point out.
Well, you do deserve it though, so...
I'm not saying I don't. Okay, so a trade agri roll, 3 degrees. So that is, yeah. It's a good roll. These veggies, you think, you're much happier now you've got used to these new tools, the new environment, the new soil. Yeah, this is going to be a good crop. What? Just squatting outside. Whatever.
She's filling your beer up.
I wonder what she's doing. The litter tray's been outside soaking in like bleachy water. You are? Hey?
No way.
Is there? There's some sort of invader in my garden. Hang on.
Invaders must die.
Dun, 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 dun.
June.
We might get through day 26 pretty quickly, actually. Yes.
Might do. Well, when we get to your bit, it'll slow down, mate, because it takes about fucking... It takes about 10 years. It's
I will try and roll it as fast.
I like it, though. I think it's... I even like watching it, man. I think we should try and get the Taurox upgraded, right? You know, try and...
Make it faster.
It's kind of like... we think if I do a map world for Zion or any planet, I could do base something like this as well. Yeah, you can just do a bit more random, doesn't it?
You want a bridge layer attachment on top of it.
Oh, what? Sorry, Dave? Over Dave?
Bridge layer.
That's something else you can do, yeah?
Yeah. That's cool.
Okay, so in your absence, Vernetta, have you given Ted any instructions?
So Ted's he's gonna comms in to anyone who's available. He's got a comm speed, has he?
Yeah.
If not, he's gonna say, I'll finish my task. Does anyone else want any work doing on any weapons or anything? I'm at a bit of a loss here.
Ted hears a voice going, "You can come work on the lock on my door if you want."
He's not gonna respond to Gladstock.
You have a look at the sniper rifle for me. It's a bit basic. You make it better.
I can have a look, see.
Cool. I'll have Jeeves bring it up to you.
You do that.
Okay.
Ted.
Sorry, what's that?
Jeeves, come and see you.
Very efficient. Ben did that.
Tab.
Okay, so Johnny, look at the stat block for your sniper rifle, and pick one of the stats. So obviously there's range, there's clip, there's damage, there's armor pen, there's also the special rules. Pick one you'd like Ted to try and upgrade.
I'm trying to upgrade the damage, I think.
Damage, good choice.
Okay, cool. That's another one we'll do behind the scenes, I think, Al, because it'll take me a bit of time to figure out exactly what roles are going to be involved in that.
So I'm happy to kind of try and move things forward and do some stuff offline, mate. That's fine by me.
Cool.
I'd do offline. Just spin it up as well.
We can do it all offline if you'd like to skip over that for now.
But I mean, I won't mind another go though.
Yeah, let's do another go. Yeah.
I think I quite enjoy watching it as well, so I think we should.
Okay.
Okay.
I think you should do it now, mate.
All right, so let's just check everyone else's.
I want to see you driving to small acid lakes, Hayden.
Yes, I do.
Pench. By the way, Pench and Les also participate in power play, but it's always behind the scenes, so you don't know what they do. But you can approach them and give them tasks. So Les is like a tech guy, but he's best at repairing stuff. He's not really good at making stuff. Pench is obviously a doctor and also makes chems. Jarek tends to just loiter around the house looking hard. So let's go back to the wasteland. The wasteland.
Gonna search for energy signatures.
Just a second. Let me get the map.
It'll go quicker now you can speak, Hen.
Yeah, it will. Although I am getting really good at 40k charades, I think.
I think
hand signals.
It's all about the hand signals, man.
Okay, so you're.
We know commands on the field.
So first of all, you can spend half an hour to scan the terrain, if you'd like.
Do I get plus or nothing?
This is just a plus 20 awareness for the Auspex. Okay, so that's 4 zones. So designate the 4 zones and roll a D100 for each.
Do this the last one. Okay.
Do you mind changing the dimensions of this car? It's messing with my OCD.
I mean, I would, but if Hayden fucking deletes it again...
I go with these 4 squares.
Okay, D100 for each, starting at the top, working round. $94.56. So we have a canyon. Quite heavy rocky terrain here.
Thanks for getting rid of that, Dave. I was trying to select it.
It's alright. Lighter rocky terrain here.
I'll go past the light lock.
Over here, we have a Prometheum swamp.
Ooh.
Oh, do you think I should go harvest some Prometheum?
So the Prometheum swamps are a little hazardous, but also you can refuel the Taurox there. It's got a very rugged fuel system where it can run on pretty much anything. It can run on raw Prometheum, definitely.
Or chip fat.
Or chip fat, yeah. Or bananas, like in Back to the Future.
Fuel supply doing?
You're fine. You've got enough fuel for about 1,200 kilometers, so you know you've not gone far yet.
I'll move forward into the light, rocky terrain.
Before you move, remember, if you want, you can also do a scan, either a sweep or a focus. You've already done radiation.
Let's do a sweep for energy signature.
Okay, so you can give me a tech use test. Okay.
Roll that with a 5 point.
Okay.
It's worse.
You don't detect any energy signatures in any of the surrounding squares.
Wait,
you can
try again.
Yeah, you can. So you can spend another half hour to scan for. Well, there's no need to scan for energy signatures. You won't find any, but you can scan for something else if you want. We've lost your fucking audio again, Hayden. I don't know why.
Doom.
Yeah.
Doom.
Doom.
Do you? All right. Do you want to scan again? One more scan. Do you want to scan for, watch the fingers, structures, biosigns, radiation? Oh no, you don't need to do that. Structures, biosigns, or gas?
Yes.
Structures.
Yeah.
Tech use test at +20, please. You don't find any structures in any of those areas. So that's 1 hour of your day used. Pass. Don't know why it's doing that. So you can continue scanning, or you can move on, or you can scavenge. Scavenge? Oh, you've already scavenged here, haven't you, actually? So you probably wouldn't find anything. It's probably not worth it. Move on. Nominate where you'd like to move to. Okay, I just need to make a couple of rolls.
I'll have a cheese one.
Okay, as you move into this area, there is a caravan of a few ramshackle, rough vehicles. There's a couple of glass steeds again as well. It doesn't look like they have a lot of cargo, but they again give you the gesture, the familiar gesture of we mean no harm. They don't look like a trade caravan in particular, but they maybe do have something worth trading. You want to trade? Okay. So, give me a... Ooh, just a second. Okay, so give me a barter roll, please. They're willing to buy any of your scavenged items at 10 thrones per unit, or sell you some at 10 thrones per unit. And they have 5 units to sell. You want to sell them 2 units. Okay, so you can remove your 2 units and add 20 thrones. Alright. And that's what happens. That's another half hour gone while you're doing that. Also, let's see how long it takes you to cross this region. So navigation surface, please, with a plus 20 for light rock. Moderate rock.
Is that like Def Leppard?
That's off Nevermind, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just before Territorial Pissings, Kurt goes, moderate rock. And then it plays like the most angry, aggressive 90s grunge punk song of the time. The best thing ever is when Nirvana appeared on fucking Jonathan Ross, and they were supposed to be playing In Bloom, and they played fucking was it Territorial Pissings, and then trashed the stage on live TV in Britain. And Jonathan Ross turns up and goes, ladies and gentlemen, that was Nirvana, available for weddings and bar mitzvahs. So 2 degrees of failure on that. So that takes you... it takes you 2 hours to cross this rocky terrain. So that's 3.5 hours total so far. You can make another sweep as you're travelling. So its Auspex is awareness plus 20. Chewie, shut the fuck up. Okay, so that's 4 squares again. So you get to uncover all 3 of these squares. So make 3 D100 rolls, please. Huh. 91, 67, 32. (91, 67, 32). So that's Canyon, Swamp, Light Rock. There you go. So, still got 4.5 hours left. You can sweep, or you can focus, or you can carry on travelling, or you can scavenge. Sweep. Okay, so if you're sweeping, it's a tech use plus 20. Changing your mind? Scavenging. Okay, it'll take up the rest of your day. Okay. So basically, the more time you spend, the more chance there is of finding stuff. So make a search check. You've got 3.5 hours left. So make a search check with a plus 30. Hang on, that's not final. Did we find anything else here? No. So yeah, search check with a plus 30. Okay, so that's 5, 6, 60. So 6 units of salvageable loot. Add that. And that's the end of your day 26. Cool. And then, has anyone got anything else they want to do before I do the next thing?
Nope.
Cool. I'm just going to have a quick wee. Bitch, you better brought me some beer, motherfucker. I'm gonna come upstairs and whoop your ass. Well, I'm back.
I heard.
Just proving I was nice to my wife. Alan, you're muted and also paused, and you look really derpy. Oh, it's all right. You've started to move again now. Okay. Hayden, you're still muted for some reason. Alan, are you here?
Can you guys see me all right?
I can hear you, Johnny, and I can hear Dave, but I can't hear Alan or Hayden. I'm going to disconnect, see if that helps. Me, it probably won't. Hello?
Hello?
Alan? No, what the hell is going on?
I don't know.
Must be the Russians.
I think it's definitely the Russians. They're trying to ruin our entertainment time with their hacking.
Yeah, with the hackings.
Yeah, they've got bored of trying to hack into our military systems, but now they're just briefing people online. The old-fashioned way.
You can hear yourself on mic check, but it's not transmitting. That's weird.
Are you using push to talk or voice activated?
Good point. It was weird. I had to uninstall and reinstall Discord the other day for it to start working again. Weird.
The reason I asked that is on Discord you get a little green sort of highlight on a person when they're talking, and we're not getting any highlight at all from you, which is implying that Discord isn't picking up any input from you when you talk.
Yeah,
Is it plugged in properly? You said your headset plugged in properly.
There we go. Can hear you now, Al.
Yep.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
What did you do?
Nothing at all, Dave.
Hayden? I can't even see Hayden now, so I'm not even getting charades. Weird.
There has to be some kind of technological heresy.
I know.
There's always some technological heresy going on somewhere.
Hayden, can you give us a clue if you can hear us? Because it's more important than I hear you at this point because of what's about to happen. So if you can, like, type in Roll20 or something just to say that you can hear me, that means we can at least progress with what's going to happen. I are frustrated. Oh, there he is. He's back. Wait, he's going for the headset. Oh! Aha! Aha! We're all here. We're all here. We can all hear each other. Quick, let's play the game before anything fucks up.
Quick. Good.
Okay, so end of Power Play Day 26. Previously on Dark Heresy. Hannibal scrambled up the ridge, shouting a warning to the others. Trantia had spotted more cultists. They were trying to dismantle a dam, holding back the foul, acidic river. If that dam were to break, the entire team could be washed away, or worse. As the 1st Tranche Regiment, or the remnants of, followed Hannibal to safety up on the ridge, Gaius, Canni and Seraph rushed the cultists, assaulting the dam. Trantia laid down covering fire, seemingly ignoring Hannibal's warning to be clear of the water. It is not the first time she has acted in such a way, heedless of the danger around her. Hannibal pulled a weapon from one of the dead cultists, a bolter, a rare, powerful weapon, and despite being covered in muck and grime, it appeared free from corruption. "Do you know how to use that?" asked Vaughnus Crimson. "Because he does." He pointed at one of the guardsmen, and Hannibal gave him the bolter, the first gesture of friendship between these two former guardsmen. Canni leapt from the ridgeline onto the dam, nearly bringing the whole dam down with his weight, almost losing his balance. Gaius used his grapple hand to grab the genitals of another cultist, wrenching him from the dam, hurling him into the river where his head smashed open on some rocks, his body beginning to melt in the caustic river, because in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium there is only slapstick. Canni grabbed hold of another cultist's scythe, hurling him sideways from the dam to join his companion, and Seraph finished off the 3rd Pause for Johnny with a flourish, grinning and laughing like a maniac. "Blood for the Emperor," she cried. For someone who was so adamantly out of the Inquisition life, Seraph was having a lot of fun butchering heretics. The acolytes took a few moments to prepare, checking their gear, reloading. Mr. Crimson and his men set up a kill zone, ready to slaughter the horde following you through this network of tunnels. "Go," he said to Light, the youngest of his soldiers, the one Hannibal had given the bolter. "Help them." And with Gaius leading the way, the team pushed deeper into the cavern, through the narrow passage, where they encountered a handful of cultists protecting their leader, Ferrofane, the head of the snake. He chanted in an alien tongue, raising a staff topped by a symbol of his dark god, 3 circles interlinked, and in the other hand the broken black orb. He hurled warp energies at Gaius, weakening the man, and the cultists in cover hosed the last pure man of 47 Capella with gunfire from afar, but Gaius weathered the storm. Canni, shooting up the super slot Seraph had given him, gave in the urge to spill blood, screaming as he charged the closest cultist, snatching him up with the meat hook and cleaving him in half with one blow from the cleaver. "Nurgle is the rubbish god!" he cried. Technically, he was right. Hannibal hung back with Trantia, the two of them pouring gunfire into the cultists as Gaius, Canni and Seraph moved in close to do the butcher's work, and Light, the new addition to the team, moved into an advantageous position, readying his filthy bolt rifle. It would make short work of these feeble cultists. But he was not ready for what happened next. None of them were. In an explosion of gore, one of the cultists burst apart as Ferufane's ceremony reached its apex. A creature, a vile mass of rotting flesh and putrid organs reformed in the ruin of a dead man. A towering thing wielding a huge bell and a massive club of blackened bone. "I bring you gifts!" it bellowed as it struck the bell. And waves of nausea rolled forth, bringing the acolytes to their knees, causing them to vomit where they stood, powerless in the face of this creature, this demon, this herald of Nurgle. Anthraxis, the commander of the army of the dead that marched up Hive, had arrived. Gaius was not impressed. He had seen worse. He has faced Col Horgarth the Pestilent and the Vector. He knows that creatures such as this Anthraxis are just minions of something greater. The shield came up, and Gaius faced the beast, singing prayers to the God Emperor as he swung his mace. Although not a pious man, Canni was inspired by Gaius' song. The words gave him hope, and he pushed himself up from his chubby little knees, wiped vomit and a bit of Otto's brain from his chin, and got back into the fight. Trantia shook off the effects of the demon pretty easily. She has a habit of doing that. But then again, she was raised in a dark mirror at the Scholar Progenium. She was trained to be a weapon. As was Seraph, former dancer and acrobat, taken from her home here on Desalium to the House of the Whispered Hand, trained to kill, before Gelt took her, forced Speyer into her, and unleashed her on the unsuspecting citizens of Laskin. Seraph fears no demon. She has been one herself. The Ordo Malleus breeds strong, fierce warriors, capable of marching unbowed into the Eye of Terror itself. But Hannibal and Light are not of the Malleus. Yes, they both have experience in the Guard and the Inquisition. Hannibal has hunted some of the vilest Xenos filth that this galaxy has to offer, and Light has fought in a dozen wars on a dozen worlds, but demons are something else. Demons are beyond the scope of imagination, and to see one for the first time, well, there are few who would judge either of them for standing there, frozen, vomiting into their own groins. Anthraxis battered Gaius over and over with the bone mace, but Gaius took it well at first, until the waves of nausea, the unholy energies of the demon radiating outwards, began to weaken the Arbite. And he was not alone in this. Canni too felt his strength failing. The beast was nigh on invulnerable, shrugging off shots from Trantia's pistol, blows from Gaius' mace. Canni dispatched the last of the side-wheeling pestilence and turned towards Anthraxis as Seraph gutted the last cultist. Cuts and slashes from Canni, bludgeoning blows from Gaius, were chipping away at the demon, but its wounds were healing as fast as they were forming. And Ferufane laughed like a gurgling drain as he used warp magic to put the demon back together. And then Trantia strode past Hannibal, stroking his arm with her withered, fire-blackened left arm. Hannibal felt his will return. He wiped vomit from his chin and sighted along the rifle he had taken from Paolo Hampton and fired at Ferru Fane. And then it happened, all at once. The brutal melee came to a sudden, abrupt end. The demon, the herald of Nurgle, Anthraxis, slammed into Gaius with his bone mace. The blow would have crushed any other man. Gaius's shield and old enforcer armour from his time in Dromar district took the brunt of the damage and cracked under the impact, forcing Gaius down onto one knee. Screaming in agony, Gaius swung his own weapon and scored a telling blow against the demon, sending it reeling back half a step, knocking it off balance, vulnerable, and it was enough. It was the opening Canni needed. Molly and Sally, the huge oversized meat cleaver and the razor-sharp meat hook, forged with the tip of a claw taken from a gene stealer in the carnival, hacked into the Herald of Nurgle. Vernetta had spent hours on these weapons, lovingly crafting them from the finest materials, taking parts from Canni's old weapons to make the hook. And she took a lot of satisfaction from using a part of the Xenos that killed Millie, the beast that almost disemboweled Vernetta herself. The hook contained a thin, tube-like void and a gland that secretes thick fluid. And while demons are resistant to most blades, bullets, and other attacks, it seems they are not immune to such things as tyrannid neurotoxin. The mass of the creature, held together by vile warp energy, began to come apart at last. Canni scored the kill. And behind the beast, Seraph used the distraction of Hannibal's gunfire to get close to Ferru Fane, and in a flurry of blades she sliced the man into 3 parts. But Gaius collapsed, unconscious, as the demon died. Was he hit again? He seemed all right a moment ago, all things considered. Canni retched and vomited once more. Reaching into his bag, he withdrew a stim, jabbing it into Gaius's neck. But nothing happened. Light dragged the fallen Arbite from the pool of filth and gore and shit that had been the demon. Hannibal began to search the area. Canni patted down Ferru Fane, burned his staff, took the broken fragment of the Xenos artifact, the 6th orb. And Canni hoisted the unconscious form of Gaius onto his shoulder. And Gaius had a vision. Drifting in darkness for what felt like forever, then standing upon a sandy ground, not a place he recognized. Was it sand beneath his feet? Or was it dust and ash? Endless dunes of vast fields of bone stretching to the horizon.
You think you have won, Mortalis?
Came a deep, booming voice. Gaius Mortalis, last pure man, began to sing and laugh maniacally. Has he finally broken? Has he finally lost his mind? The ground shuddered. Deep, sonorous laughter echoing, rolling across hills of fields and fields of bone.
Your admiration for your false corpse god is amusing,
said the voice. And the ground split as thousands of bones displaced, shifted, moving, rolling over one another. Gaius, unafraid, watched as the clattering bones smashed into one another with a deafening sound like a giant xylophone falling over. The remains of thousands and thousands of bodies knitting together to make one single massive form, hundreds of feet high, and it spoke to him. The words forming in Gaius's mind, not bothering with such simple concepts as ears.
You cannot win, Mortalis. You are just one man. You are a freak, a fluke, an accident.
What is this thing? What nightmare has conjured this? Col Horgarth, like his servant Anthraxis, loved flesh, to touch it and bend it and reform it to something else. But this creature of bone is something else. It is so very far from everything Col Horgarth holds dear. What is it? What does it want? It reached down, snatching up Gaius in one tiny hand. Sorry, one massive hand, like a tiny doll. He's got his tiny hand. He's got his Jeremy Beadle hand.
Strong hand.
Fuck! I was doing so well.
Your time,
Very well done, Dave.
your time is now, Mortalis. See you on the world of bone.
And with that, the vast creature thrust you into his mouth and swallowed you whole. Canni, I would like you to make a weapon skill test at -30.
Uh, 2 degrees of failure.
I would like everybody, please, to make a toughness test.
What character am I on?
You are currently playing Eric Jen, if you can still see his character sheet, which you should be able to. It is in... If you go in Power Play, and then in... Power Play, then Power Play NPC Followers, and then Hannibal.
Okay.
So re-roll mine with a fate point.
Sure.
Weak toughness man now. Oh, it's even worse.
Eric.
You all gain corruption points for equal to the degrees of failure that you've just got.
Okay, so toughness.
Oh, wait a second.
What's the is there any modifiers for that? It's just
No, it's
toughness,
just straight this is the shockwave of the death of Anthraxis. I forgot to do it before. Tranti is okay, surprisingly.
I take half penalty for this.
Hey.
This isn't so bad.
You do?
Yeah, Eric's fine as well.
Okay. I would also like you to make a willpower test at... Now, let me get this right. Be +10 to everyone except Eric and Hannibal, because you haven't faced demons before.
Okay, so willpower. Oh dear.
So you take insanity points equal to your degrees of failure.
You say we get a plus on this, Dave?
So 5.
Yeah, Gaius, you get a +10 because you've faced a
Yeah,
demon
Gaius.
before. However, in addition to that, for facing and defeating the end of chapter boss, everyone gains a fate point. It's a
Cool.
shame Otto didn't live this far, isn't it?
All right.
This happened last time, Dave. I'm on 3. That'll put me up to 4.
5.
Yeah.
Alright, fucking hell.
Did you notice the character sheets are fixed, Pigs?
Did what?
Did you notice the
gonna-
character sheets are fixed?
Tim's
Oh, with
got
the little
another
ticky
fate point.
boxes.
I'm going to re-roll that one as well.
No, I hadn't actually looked at a character sheet. I'm just fucking rattling through stuff. So yeah, you can fate point that if you want, Gaius. That's fine.
Cool.
That's even worse. Well done.
I don't want to bother.
So, if everyone's added their corruption and insanity on, has anyone reached a multiple of 10 on either?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I get 9 degrees of insanity from that then.
No, only no. You get 4 degrees. It's the number of degrees of failure.
Oh yeah, 4 yeah. I have just hit 21 insanity.
Nice. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the majors.
Okay, so Gaius, that puts you on 21 insanity. Did you say?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm going to need an insanity roll off you. 21 you're on, so give me a
Wait a second, I don't gain insanity. I don't gain insanity from horror or anything because I'm jaded.
I thought it was. Let me just
It's
check.
mundane. It's
Honestly,
only
I've got
mundane horror.
multiple.
It's only
Jade is
mundane
only
stuff.
mundane.
Yeah, so you
It's
do
only
still get it from
mundane.
demons. You don't get
Yeah.
it from like scenes of slaughter and things like that.
Yeah, that's normal.
Immune to mundane and horror, immune to fear and pinning.
No, you still get
Penalty
insanity
for
from
malignant
demons.
sickness.
Yeah, demons still. They can
So-
still traumatize you. The demons can. So,
So give me a
Demons.
willpower check at +10, please, Gaius.
same with Siegfried.
Okay.
You're fine. Anyone else reached a multiple of 10?
I'm on 14.
Malignancy test for Canni.
Okay, so Hannibal, will you give me a willpower test, please, at +10? You're also fine. Canni, you say you've gone over the corruption point threshold, have you?
Yeah, 20 corruption.
20. That's surprisingly low for Canni, really. So it's
He's just he's a sane guy with a big appetite. It's his appetite's
Many
a bit.
so willpower test at +0, please, Canni.
Oh.
I'll use a fate.
Oh.
That's a fail.
Okay, so
Not gills. No one gills.
your corruption of spirit is given form.
Alt exterior.
So,
D100, right?
yeah, roll a d100, please.
An extra leg.
It gets really skinny.
Becomes bulimic.
Okay,
Yeah, there is one there that's like wasted frame. Can you send me
I
this
know.
message, please?
yeah, sure.
Go look it up in my book.
Oh, come on.
You. I should have GM roll.
We want to know.
Yeah, I'll find out.
Tell me.
Just tell me that you fuck off, Ed. Go on, then.
All right, so it's quite a fitting one for Canni in a way. Ashen taste. Food and drink hold disgusting tastes and little sustenance for the character, and he can barely stomach eating. The character doubles the negative effect for levels of fatigue. However, I'm going to say that only applies to normal food,
Yeah.
not to your, particular taste.
Otto.
I've actually really I was going to re-roll that, but I think that little twist on it.
Yeah.
I'll keep it.
I like to make things personal, you know me.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah. It just gives you more of an excuse to eat people. So,
Ashen taste, is it?
yeah. Page 239 of the main rulebook. Okay,
Just
so
gonna be like, someone's giving you sandwiches to shit.
fuck off with your fucking bread, you fucking mug.
I don't want your piss and steak.
Take your foie gras and you can stuff it back inside the fucking goose. From the sound of gunfire... sorry, I'm going to start that sentence again. The sound of gunfire from back down the way you came falls silent. Seraph moves over to light. Call your friends with the flamer. Tell them to burn everything. The bodies, the weapons, those growths, and especially that. And she points at the goopy remains of Anthraxis. Purgation protocol. I assume you're familiar? Light nods. Takes a few steps away as he voxes the rest of his squad. Trantia holsters her pistol, sheaths her blade. She comes over to you, Canni, pulling the right elbow-length glove on as she moves. But she keeps the black left hand bared. She reaches up and lays a hand on Gaius, who is draped over your shoulder. I feel like he's dreaming. It's like when the Inquisitor collapsed after Spire.
Inquisitors can only collapse.
Collapse.
Collapse. We're assholes, sorry Dave, carry on.
He'll be fine. He's just gone on a little one. Don't worry about him. He's made of sterner stuff.
I wasn't ready for that. After you saying I've got a bit of a cold, I won't be doing the accent. You come in with full Bane. Oh dear. Trantia looks a little startled for a moment as you speak, and then she keeps her left hand on Gaius and goes, Gaius, can you hear me? What's everyone else doing right now? Just a second. Have I still got the map? I've still got the map. I'm going to put you back on here.
Just needs a bit of fresh air.
A little fresh air. I was born in the fresh air. Yeah, there we go. We're still on the map. So, with the exception of Gaius, is anyone doing anything at this moment in time?
I want to take Gaius back upstairs.
Okay, so you're heading back up the way you came, are you?
Yeah, I want to go take the route back and take it back upstairs.
Okay, Trantia keeps pace with you, keeping her hand on you, and her eyes are half closed as she follows you. Hannibal?
I'm just looking around, wondering what the fuck's just happened.
A hell of a lot.
Because I've never seen a demon before.
You have not.
Only big nasty aliens.
And you do feel still a little queasy, a little disorientated, a little nauseous from your experience with it. You were not prepared for that at all. Gaius.
Yes.
You fall. And you fall. Down and down and down. Gaius. Can you hear me? Me?
Hear me?
Me? Comes a voice in the darkness as you tumble head over heels into the inky blackness. You feel...
Give us a minute. I'm having a really nice trip.
You feel nausea, desperation, disorientation. But you don't feel like it's been caused by this falling, spinning situation that you're in. It feels deeper, more profound than that. Make a perception check. Not awareness, perception. And there are no bonuses.
Gotta re-roll that.
Okay.
Okay. We have failed with gas now.
When you were rescued on 47 Capella, when Lystog and the sisters freed you from the cage of bone, you felt a similar disorientation then, but you can't at this moment in time recall what caused it or why you were feeling that. Out of the darkness, images come to you, moments from your life, and you watch them play out before you. The battle against Anthraxis that has just occurred, the chanting of the cultists, the piercing flesh, the finding of the sliver of the orb in the gallows way, the ripple of nausea that affected everyone then, save for you. The demon in the sanctuary precinct that spoke through the murderer Jock Thaderton. See you real soon, Mortalis. The night before Mesmeron left, when Lystog came to you in the chambers. Are you real? You had asked. Watch her, he said. Observe her. Learn from her. You are right where I want you to be, he said. His armour, grey, gunmetal grey, marked with the symbol of the Ordo Malleus. 3 years earlier, he left you in Dramar district on Scintilla. Watch them, observe them, learn from them. You are right where I want you to be, he said. You remember the orders that you saw in Lystug's name, found in the Inquisition archives. The one that forbid other Inquisitors from interfering in Dromar District. No one had ever dared override them or act against them. But no one knew who Lystug was. There was no record of him. So you have been told. 784.812.M41. Liberation
What's
Day.
Lystug spelled?
Lystug.
Was that him?
He was asking how you spell Lystug.
Style.
Liberation Day on 47 Capella. Decades of warfare, slaughter, disease, and pestilence came to an end when a mass invasion of hazmat suit-wearing guardsmen deployed to the surface of the world, led by Inquisitor Lystug and an honor guard of Sisters of the Ebon Chalice and Cleansing Wave orders. And you, in your cage, witnessed the Vector, the chosen of Kol Horgath, pass through a tear in reality made by a knife of twisted dark metal. Fleeing 47 Capella as the Sisters and Lystug fell from the sky on wings of fire. They devastated Camp 109 and they found you there in your cage of bone. Lystug had stepped close, crouching down in that gunmetal grey power armour he wore, peering at your thin, wasted, starved but somehow unblemished form. "Well," he said, "what have we here?" You raise your head weakly, peering into the ancient face, and you see the flicker and blur as his features shift, changing, and for a moment you see... Meanwhile, back in the cavern, Canni and Hannibal. "Drusus preserve us," says Vornus Crimson as he enters the cavern that you're currently making your way out of, Canni, with Gaius over your shoulder. He makes the sign of the Aquila as he enters the cavern with the remains of his team. Sergeant Vasquez, the heavy weapons trooper Eric Jen is nearby, the medic, 2 other troopers, one of which wields a flamer, and he pushes past you. Purgation protocol. He knows what that means. Vornus Crimson looks around at the scene of devastation. "We heard the roaring, felt the whatever it was come through. I am pleased to see you all live, my friends. Ricardo, get on with it!" He clicks his fingers at the flamer man who begins to burn the remains of Anthraxis. And then he turns to the rest of you. "I thought we were done for. There were so many of the dead. And then they just dropped. They fell as one." Seraph steps forward. "Lesser manifestations often lack the strength to remain in the material realm once their foci or leader is destroyed." "The head of the snake," says Trantia, looking thoughtful. "We don't have enough promethium to burn them all, but fear not. We have plenty back in Gantry. We shall return home and stock up. Make sure nothing survives down here. You have my word."
You got to get out of here. Gaius. It was all Gaius. He was the one. Stop the deal. We've got to get into fresh air.
Dreaming of demons, swallowed by hell.
Mr. Crimson says, "Right, yes, he is in a bad way. I tell you what,
It's medicine."
he says, "Ricardo," and then he clicks his fingers at some of his other people. "Burn what you can. Guard the entrance. Let no one else in. I will see to your companion. We will get him back to Gantry. I don't know if we can help him, but, it's better than being down here, yes?"
Yes, we must all go.
Okay. Leaving a handful of troopers behind. Leaving a handful of troopers behind. Eric, Vasquez, Light, and Vornas come with you. The rest stay behind, begin burning everything, setting up a watch at the entrance. And exhausted after your battle, you begin the long trek back up the river in the scrap barge. takes you a couple of hours longer to get back up river than it did to get down because of the current moving against you. Vornus and his people have also brought with them a couple of bodies of their people that died on the way down there. But after a quick inspection of them, they just throw them overboard into the Sump River. And it's...
End.
Hang on. Yeah. You are all wounded, exhausted, and your confrontation with the demon has left you weaker. With a bit of guidance from Light, who is exhausted, Hannibal, you quickly learn how to pilot this scrap barge. She shows you it's quite a simple machine, and you're the only one that isn't, absolutely fatigued and exhausted from the battle. And he helps you pilot this boat for the first few hours, and then leaves you to it to rest on your return journey to Gantry. And at one point, everyone is asleep, or at least quiet enough that you, Hannibal, think everyone is asleep. Who isn't asleep? Obviously Gaius is, but Canni, are you asleep?
I'm not.
I mean, no, you're not asleep, you're in a coma.
I would like to spend the trip back staring into the black orb. Transfixed.
Okay. Johnny, what's Eric doing? He's on this trip.
He's just basically just looking a bit shocked. He looks a bit pale faced, and he's like, "Yeah, let's." I can't remember what Eric sounds like. 'Cause it's been ages since he used him.
Mexican.
He's a Mexican with a heavy bolter.
That was loco. Get me out of here. That's
Okay. Canni, I'd like you to make a willpower test, please, at -10.
If I have degrees of failure, I'll use a fate point. 1 degree of failure.
You take one more corruption point.
Canni.
And as you stare into this orb, you, for a moment, think you can see endless fields of bone. And by that, I don't just mean on the ground. I mean everything is made of bone. There are trees, there are bushes, just seem to be made of bone. There are people marching, made of bone.
Skeletons, mate.
Skeletons is too simple a complex to describe it. Some of these things are gargantuan, and they are made of the bones of various animals cobbled together to resemble gigantic forms, and you can see them crushing cities as they march forward. And the feeling that you get as you look into this is one of impending dread.
What wonders I do see.
You go a little pale, you feel a little cold, but you're also sweating a little bit and shivering. Seated at the prow of this simple vehicle, Seraph sits, peering into the darkness ahead as you, Hannibal, pilot the boat. And there's a moment about halfway through the journey back to Gantry where she turns and she makes eye contact with you, Hannibal, and then she rises. And with cat-like grace, she stretches and comes to her feet in one fluid movement. And she picks her way through the sleeping warriors and the hulking form of Canni staring at this orb. And as she passes you, Canni, she produces a blanket because she sees you shivering. And she puts a blanket over your shoulders. And then she sits by you, Hannibal, at the rear of the vessel by the tiller. And she says to you, you did well back there.
Yeah, thanks. What the fuck was that?
That was something from the warp. That's kind of what we deal with a lot. There's worse things you can do, you know, when you see them, than freeze up and puke a bit like you did when you faced the warp shit. My first time, I fainted. Woke up being carried away by Antonia, the Inquisitor. It was all over by then. I had nightmares for weeks. And that was with all the training and the conditioning. You didn't have none of that. And there was this fella once, we picked him up on Scintilla, I think. His name was Jeff. Always telling everyone how fucking tough he was. And the first time he saw one of the red spiny ones, he literally shit himself. And then he started babbling nonsense. His mind just gone. We had to put him down. So really, all things considered, you did pretty well with just a bit of... and she points to your chest where there's a bit of puke still on your armour.
I've seen some fucked up stuff. I confess to you. Stuff that make you dribble from your house. But that can fuck off.
Well, Mr. King, stick around, you're going to see a lot worse. She reaches up and she takes the half mask off her face. She smooths back her auburn hair, and you see again, as you did in the cave a few days ago when you first met Seraph, the brand there on the side of her face, the half of the 8-pointed star. She says, Speyer will be worse. He gets in your head, you see? He got in mine, literally. Look, I know the deal that you made with Gladstock was that, you know, I'd help you get Gaius and Canni and that back to the mansion, then Gladys helps you with your Xenos smugglers. But you're pretty good in a pinch, and you're the only one that hasn't screamed heretic or wanted to burn me when they saw all this. So, and well, then there's Millie, you know. She was a friend, and that beast of yours, it killed her. So I've got a deal to add to Gladstock's deal. You help me bring down Speyer, make sure it gets dead and stays dead, and I'll help you find the fuckers that brought that beast to the carnival. How's that?
Sounds like a deal, mate.
I'll gobble my hand and shake hers.
She takes your hand, she spits in it as well. She says, and you want my advice, Mr. King? When that's done, when you got what you came for, get the fuck away from here. She nods at Canni, who's still hunched over, staring at the orb, says, big fella's good lad. Mortalis is alright too for a copper. Fuck, they're all alright, even the witch. She inclines her head to Trantia. Even that fucking freak Gladstock, I suppose. But sooner or later, the boss will be back home. And if I were you, I'd be gone by the time she gets back.
Lord, who's the boss?
Who's the boss?
Yeah.
Inquisitor Antonia Mesmeron. She's a fucking
Never heard of
bitch.
her.
She's a fucking bitch, Hannibal. She'll do anything she can to get what she wants. She puts the half mask back on. She stands up and she begins picking her way back to the prow of the boat. She stops by Gaius, who's on the floor near Canni, and just puts a hand on his forehead. Fuck, he's burning up. We need to get him to pinch.
He's made of sterner stuff.
I love that main voice, that's amazing. I like the new Australian fucking ballad voice Dave's got, actually. That was a nice touch as well.
Very cool.
Before I do mine like this for my game, fucking hell, I've got so many different Australian accents.
I can't do Australian, I keep trying, and I'm...
Mine always ends up South African, as we all know. Gaius. You feel something touch your forehead very briefly, and for a moment the flickering, blurring image of Inquisitor Lystog, whose face seems to be changing, almost resolves itself. There's another face there. It's not Lystog's. Get him out of that cage. Get him out of that cage, says the voice of this person. This person who is and is not Inquisitor Lystug.
The Emperor.
Inquisitor, says a woman with pure white hair. She wears jet black carapace armor, bearing the fleur-de-lis, a symbol of a crashing wave upon one shoulder. This man should be purged. He is clearly tainted. I didn't ask your opinion, sister. Get him out. Get him on the shuttle. His flesh and mind are pure. He intrigues me. Inquisitor, I must object. You must obey! Screams the figure in power armor, its figure and face blurring. Get out of my sight if you won't follow simple instructions. The Sister Hospitaller walks away, anger writ on her face. A second, older figure in identical armor approaches the Inquisitor, who is and is not Lystug. The new arrival speaks. Forgive Sister Xanthe, Inquisitor. She is young and idealistic. She has yet to learn compromise. I do not wish to see her face again, says the Inquisitor. He shifts and blurs faster and faster. Have her reassigned to some backwater shithole. What was the name of that place we picked your team up, Sister Felicia? Stern Hope, Inquisitor. On Diacanthos, replies the older sister. Yes, have her reassigned there. Let's see if a few years treating inbred locals for STDs teaches her a little about compromise. As you command, Inquisitor, says the sister, as she sweeps a medical auspex over you, Gaius. This is interesting, Inquisitor. Look. The Inquisitor studies the auspex for a moment. Yes. Very interesting. Get him to the ship. Full quarantine while we figure this out. He could be useful. At once, Inquisitor, says the sister. The Inquisitor looms closer to you, Gaius, their face almost touching the cage of bone in which you are kept. Last pure man of 47 Capella. Gaius, I would like you to make the single most important willpower test anyone has ever made in any of my campaigns at a -10.
Oh well. No, last fate point that.
Okay.
Last fate point.
Yeah! That was awesome. You did it.
And then you see it. The true face of Inquisitor Lystug. Hidden from you all this time. The deception is shocking. And really it only leads to more questions. The bald, liver-spotted scalp is gone. Replaced with hair like shining gold. Pinned up. Practical for combat. The face. Feminine, cold, beautiful, arrogant. The haughty expression. Full lips, piercing blue eyes. Inquisitor Antonia Mesmeron. Deep, sonorous laughter comes to you now.
Open your eyes. See the truth. Speak the word. Bring forth the gifts. Arise, Vector.
We've got that. Didn't catch all of that.
Yeah, it's hard to hear you when you do that, Dave.
Open your eyes, see the truth. Speak the word, bring forth the gifts. Arise, Vector. Canni, Hannibal, Eric, everyone else that is not Gaius. The rest of the journey back to Gantry is quiet, uneventful. It takes the best part of the rest of the day, and by the time you return to Gantry, you are all exhausted, mentally and physically. The darkness has been held back once more, the 6th orb has been recovered, but there is still danger out there. This cult, the Blessed Flesh, led by Feru Fane, was a mere offshoot of a larger cult of the Plague God, the Callers of Sorrow, led by Taurmus Fane, the eldest of the 3 Fane brothers. And he is still at large. Who knows what diabolical schemes he has planned in the name of the Plague Father? King Vornus Crimson offers you shelter for the night in a surreal set of rooms which were once probably quite grand staterooms aboard Red Sky ship, where the ceiling and floor of this former starship are now the walls and vice versa. Red Sky ship, the ancient crashed cruiser at the heart of this town, Gantry. It hangs precariously above the Sump River. It still bears the iconography and splendour of its former glory as a vessel of the line in the Imperial Navy. How did it get here, do you suppose? Asks Trantia that night as you share a celebratory drink with Vornus and his people. So far beneath the city, did it crash? Or did it somehow arrive here intentionally, do you think? She seems lost in thought for a moment as she considers this. From what I recall, Hive Decilium is the oldest hive city in the sector, but still, that only makes it about 2,000 years old, unless of course the city was here prior to St. Drusus conquering the sector. But then, how would an Imperial ship get beneath the city? Oh, it boggles the mind, it really does.
We best not to think about it too much. Thinking hurts the head.
At the end of day 26, safely back in Gantry, in King Crimson's domain, is there anything anyone would like to do before we move on?
Yes.
Oh.
I need to have a chat with Mr. Crimson.
Okay. Yeah, so there's a bit of a party atmosphere back in Gantry. There's a bit of a celebration. You also notice as it's going on, this celebration, that King Crimson has arranged for some more of his scrap barges and some of his people to begin loading Promethium onto these barges, heading back downriver, clearly to keep his word and burn what was left of the cult. What would you like to say to him? You find him, as you share an ale with him and his people. What do you want to say to him?
Hey, Crimson, you have a word in private.
Of course. He leads you over to one side, over to one of the edges that overlook the Sump River, so you can both watch as these barges head downriver. He says, "What is it that bothers you, my friend?"
And I'll light up a cigar.
You strike me as someone who knows this shit. Got your ear to the ground, know the area, you know what's going on, you know the comings and goings and all that bollocks.
I have been around a long time on this world and others, and yes, I am aware of many things that happen on this world.
I'm your own business. What we've been doing isn't a business. I've just been roped into it. I'm a hunter of sorts. I look for things that shouldn't be. Lonely things with many arms and legs and things that would kill it or happily. And I'd love to know the beast house. Would you know about it?
Ah, the beast house, yes. We have had some dealings with them in the past. Disputes, you could say. They came here looking for produce, perhaps you could say, For a couple of years, there were some ugly times between our people and theirs. Tit for tat, you understand? We live down here the best we can. Sometimes we have to get creative to survive. And that often puts us on the wrong side of the law, But we do not deal in souls like they do. He points at Sergeant Vasquez, says, Jeanette, She lost her sister in the fights to the Beast House. Many of my people lost someone to the Beast House. What do you want to know?
Everything.
Okay.
You see, I plan on killing them all. Every fucking one of them.
I mean, that's a big, tall order, you know, there's many of them. But,
I've got a lot of bullets. And every one is being reserved for those fuckers.
he reaches into his pocket, he pulls out a cigar, puts it in his mouth, pulls out a flask, undoes it, tops up your ale with some foul-smelling liquid, does the same into his own, puts the flask back, lights the cigar and says, "We have a lot to talk about." And he begins to tell you what he knows. And this will all be made available to you later as a part of your power play.
Righto.
I really love that voice.
It's good. It works really well.
It does, yeah.
It works better though.
Like Cal Urban's going to come and smack me in the side of my head.
Just 1 second.
It suddenly got hot as fucking balls in here. Back in a sec. Got to turn my fan on.
Oh. Anyone else want to do anything while you're having this very vague celebratory drink with King Crimson? I mean, not you, Gaius. You're unconscious.
Hear about something nice.
No, you won't. You'll suffer, Gaius. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on.
I would like to stay with Gaius.
You're staying with Gaius, okay?
Yeah, and I'm just gonna talk to him. You know what I mean? Just kind of
Well,
bring him back with the sound of my.
I'm going to eat my leg out, yeah.
Okay. So in that case,
I would never eat any of your.
I grew up hungry, that's all.
In that case, Gaius, you experience a lot of strange visions, a lot of memories of your past that you realise may not be real, and you start to, and I'm going to send you some information on this, you start to realise that some of the things you've experienced over the last couple of years aren't as you thought they were. You start to remember double memories of things. You know, everything from Dramar District onwards. You remember what you thought you remembered, and you start to remember other versions of events. And throughout this whole sort of extended flashback, you occasionally hear a voice talking to you. And it's the voice of Canni.
It's just me and you, Gaius. Me and you against the world. The demons, they don't stand a chance. You'll be alright.
Step into the light.
Been trying to reach you.
Hey! The next morning... The next morning, day 27, Mr. Crimson and his people meet you at the gate to bid you farewell, Canni with Gaius on his shoulder. Mr. Crimson once again tries to persuade Seraph to stay. She refuses politely, but with a smile. He again offers you his aid in the future, should you ever need him. And he gives you his condolences about Gaius, and he hopes that Gaius recovers, he says. 2 of Mr. Crimson's people stand with him. Light, the youngest of the Red Walk, the man who fought Anthraxis beside you, steps forward. He is dressed in heavily customized flak armor, as he was before, but gone are the leathers, the gang tags, the ragged poncho that covers his chest armor. The bolter that Hannibal gave him is on a sling across his chest, along with a number of spare clips. He has cleaned the weapon up, and it gleams in the dim light of gantry. On his back is a heavy-looking standard-issue guard backpack. And by his side stands Sergeant Vasquez, the thick-set, muscular woman with close, cropped hair. Like Light, she carries a backpack crammed full of supplies, but her armor and chainsword hang from her backpack. She just wears a pair of cut-off shorts, a black vest, and combat boots. She looks dykey as fuck.
Is she wearing a red headband?
Not yet. No. She looks more like Lara Croft in my head. A bulky, but with short hair. A bulky bolt pistol and combat knife.
Breast.
Yeah, she's got the spiky bra. A bulky bolt pistol and combat knife hang from a belt, and she smokes a thick cigar as she stares at each of you in turn. And Mr. Crimson speaks. I told my people of your plan, Mr. King, to hunt down the beast house. Jeanette and Light both lost people they care about in our disagreements with them. They wish to come with you, to join your cause in hunting down those sons of bitches. They know the Underhive. They have contacts, and they can fight.
Sounds good to me.
The more the merrier.
Light and Sergeant Vasquez have become Hannibal's power play followers.
Awesome.
They've got to wear red headbands. They're going to be honorary fucking catcher chains.
I mean, I don't think they'll have any objection to that.
The red wig to the red headband. Oh, you could call yourself the Red Band. Works.
And that is, yeah. That's the beginning of day 27 as Canni, with Gaius on his shoulder, and Hannibal, and who else is fucking there? Canni with Gaius on his Trantier, and Light and Vasquez begin to head back up Hive. It's 10 o'clock, just gone.
Cool.
End it there if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. I think I'm in work in the morning, so quite early. So
Hey Johnny.
no worries.
Fair enough.
It's been a pleasure, guys.
Cool.
How's
See you
it
later,
going?
Johnny.
Hello, Johnny.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Al, did you say you could go a bit longer?
Yeah, I think I could play for a bit longer.
Yeah, okay. I mean, you were the one that
Okay.
said end at 10,
no,
you
no.
know, but just,
I did say that, Dave. I don't deny that I said that.
I'm just making
I'm
sure
really
you
done
know.
this.
I'm just making sure you know what you're getting into.
Woman's prerogatives change.
Exactly, and you are a very womanly friend of mine, I guess.
It's up to you. You know, you can identify as whatever you want nowadays.
Exactly.
Exactly.
You can be a cat.
Battleship.
Hayden identifies as a moomin.
I identify as a very manly man.
Snuffle, or what is it? Snuffler.
Snuffkin.
Snuffkin.
I'm going to start calling you Snuffkin now.
Alright.
Okay, so right, okay, so that's
The hat
It's a
is spot on.
response. I'm probably not worth.
Let's do some
Come in.
let's do some day 27 shit.
Hey.
I'll find a picture of Snuffkin and you'll see what I mean about the hat.
I know who you mean, actually. I do, because he wore a brown hat, didn't he?
It was sort
Yeah.
of greeny colour and a brown coat he wore.
Yeah,
Like a
that's it,
poncho.
like a cape. Yeah, yeah, I know.
So Siegfried is TBA, Vernetta. I feel like you haven't done much tonight, Al, but never mind.
I mean, I'm fine with the situation. Like, if we, because she's off getting bionics done.
Yeah.
That's like, I mean, I don't mind doing that. It's up to you. We can do it now, or we can do it offline. It's fine.
I'll send you. It's easier if I send you
yeah.
some stuff tomorrow. 'Cause
I thought so.
there's a lot of choices to make as well. So for you anyway, there's
I mean,
not so much for the other guys.
I kind of felt when he was giving me the big long list of entire shopping lists, I felt like I was hogging quite a bit, and I felt like
I mean,
it was quite the shopping list.
Gaius is going to be hogging a lot of time.
And I was also keen to get back to Canni because I've been looking forward to doing the voice, right? So.
Oh yeah, that makes sense now. Okay, cool.
Obviously I like Canni the most.
He's a good
Main
character.
character.
I'm a big fan of Canni. I generally am. All right, so Slab. Day 27.
Yep.
What are you up to?
Planting more shit.
Plant more shit then. Give me a agriculture roll with the +20. Sorry. First of all, specify what you want to try and plant.
Just fruit and veg.
Fruit and veg. What we got? 3 degrees of failure. Okay. All right. So I mean, I don't think it really matters. Excuse me. God damn it! What is in this hobgoblin? That sounded wrong. What is in this hobgoblin that I've just eaten?
Your finger.
What is in this hobgoblin I've just been gobbling? There we go. So that's your 3 different plots. Unless you've got any reason to move them about.
Nope.
I don't see a reason for it. Okay, so that's Slab done. Silus.
Okay.
Let me get the map back up for you. All right, there we go. There you are. You've just finished scavenging in that particular sector. You know all the terrain that's around you. What would you like to do? You can, you can drive or you can scan.
Scan for energy signatures.
You're doing a sweep for energy signatures, yeah?
Yeah, see if we can find some tech. Something. What I look for. I'm missing tech.
Okay,
like
so
the energy signatures.
Tech use at plus 20, please. Yeah, you don't detect any.
Okay.
There's no particular.
I'm going to wait another 30 minutes and try.
What are you going to try for?
If that's alright. Do the same thing. Wait
so the point of this is when you fail, it isn't that you didn't detect anything; it's that there isn't anything.
Okay, fair enough. Cool. All right. I will.
That doesn't mean there isn't anything to find. It means there are no energy signatures.
Okay. I can't find where I am on this map.
Just a second. I can help you with that.
Am I?
Oh. There you go.
Oh, damn it. I had right click down. Do it again, Dave.
Do it.
Wait. Okay, I'm going to move down to the nice bit of ground terrain.
Okay, cool.
Southeast.
Yeah, no problem. So give me a navigation surface at plus 20. Cool. Yeah, so you make good time over this. You move into this particular zone. Takes you about 1.5 hours. You think that's pretty good going.
Scan again then for fewer energy signatures near me.
Okay, so before you do that,
tech use plus...
before you do that, you get a free. When you move, you get a free like passive scan of the terrain. So give me the awareness plus 20. Yep. There's 3. So yeah, you don't pick anything up. You don't really know what you're driving into there, but you can now make the half-hour scan if you want. What are you doing? A sweep?
Take sweep, energy sweep.
Okay.
Okay. So plus 20 is it or plus nothing?
Tech use plus 20.
Aspects, yeah. Right in straight away. Oh,
there we go. Okay, cool. So there are 2. This was energy, you said, wasn't it? 2 sources.
bite.
Roll 2 D100s, please. $73 and a 62. Oh, interesting. All right, so you start to pick up some energy signatures for the first time since you set off into the wastes. And one of them is one of them's here, and you think that looks like some sort of Imperial technology from this profile of the energy signature, and it's active. You don't think it's a ruin. You think there's something, actively operating there in that zone. The other is here. You're not sure what that is.
I'm going to go investigate that after having a quick half an hour direct scan of that area.
Okay, so you're going to focus your scan on that area, yeah? Okay, so give me a tech use test at +20. So that's 2, 3. Okay. Good. 5. 5 in total, so structures, bio, energy, radiation, gas. Yeah, you do a very, very detailed scan of that zone over the next half hour. Roll 4 D100, please. Oh.
What we're gonna find. Terrifying day.
Okay. You spend a long time focusing your sensors on that particular location to the east. You don't detect any structures. You don't detect any life signs. You do detect what you think might be some old, decaying fuel source. And it is emitting some sort of radiation. There's tech there worth scavenging. But
I'm off.
But it might be a little dangerous. Not massively, but a little bit. Environmentally dangerous. Not, hostile, not people shooting at you, but it could be a little ropey.
Okay. Well, that's the option. It looks too juicy not to put myself into danger to try and recover some alien fuel source or
Cool.
something I can salvage for good money.
Cool. Let me just double check something.
To roll for the what sort of land it is on a D100.
No, you don't get to do that because you've scan failed, so I do it as you drive in. Are you driving in there?
Yeah.
Don't let Dave or he dies.
Fool. Yeah, so as you drive in, the terrain begins to get a lot rockier. And a lot rougher going. So this is going to... what's just happened? This is going to be a navigation roll as you head in. And it will be at +10. That's pretty good. It's going to take you 2.5 hours to navigate to this. So you've still got half an hour left of today. So you're not going to get all the scavenging done in that half an hour. You'll have to use, some significant time tomorrow. But you can make the roll now. I just need a moment to calculate it. So, it is...
We spend all of tomorrow searching that ruins.
Make a search check at plus 20, plus 30. And make a toughness test. I'll be right back.
Oh, I'll have to use my last fate point for that. Yeah. 30. Toughness test. Sorry lads, my power play's quite fun.
Yeah, I enjoy watching it. It looks neat. Definitely tries to put a chunk of effort into making a little exploration game.
Yeah. David gets to plant like 2 plants. That's you done.
Nice
done your thing. Yeah.
Now that other Dave's one reminds me of like there's loads of games like that where what's the one I'm thinking of where you're like planting crops and harvesting them. There's a few games.
Like, Harvest Moon type games.
Yeah, that's that's.
The fucking beer's going right through me tonight. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so 2.1 on the search. -2 on the scavenging. Okay, so you're going to have to spend the best part of tomorrow. Also, you can spend a bit of time now, then sleep in the Taurox, then spend more time tomorrow. You find what looks like a very old ruin. Very old ruin. It's imperial, but it's technically so old that it classes as archaeotech. It's going to take you best part of tomorrow to recover it. There's so much here. But you find straight away... what did you roll for that? 2.1. So that would be... Wind... That's 60. Right, so you find 6 units of scavengeable stuff. But you also find 1 value item, which is the first time this has happened.
I'm writing that down now.
Yep, so I'll figure out exactly what that is and I'll let you know before the next game. But basically what you found is a damaged archaeotech piece of equipment of Imperial origin that you think you could probably repair that is worth a lot of money or could be very useful to the team or yourself.
Brilliant. Excellent. I've written that all in my last column of stuff. 20 thrones, 12 units, 1 volume item.
Yep, cool. Also, however, the emitted radiation that's coming from something in the area, which is probably associated with this archaeotech item, does fuck you up a little bit, and you take roll a d5.
You grow a second arsehole.
1 second.
You take 4 wounds as a result of the exposure to the radiation. Your wind armor has protected you from most of it. That allows you to be out there a lot longer. But that 4 wounds is over the next day as well. So you won't take any more damage for this day. Is there another thing? Yes. So also, what else did you roll? 2. You find another 300 kilometers worth of fuel. So that's 50, 100, 150, 200. So you find another 300. So you've used 200 kilometers worth of fuel and you found 300. So you are currently at 1,300 kilometers of fuel, which is more than you can carry. So yeah, 1,200 kilometers of fuel is the max you can carry.
Alright.
Okay.
Stout. Yep.
Cool.
Yeah.
So that's Cyrus done. Ted, what's Ted doing?
Ted's going to work on the sniper rifle. He's going to try and increase its stopping power.
Yeah, we'll sort that out behind the scenes as well, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Fairness, Titular, Spring, Jarrex on guard, Pench, Les, Gladstock. Okay, cool. So they'll leave Gantry. So that brings us to day 28. Okay. Gaius, still unconscious. Canni, Trantia, Seraph and Hannibal, and associated hangers-on. A day and a half after leaving Gantry, you once again find yourself in the dead processing district known as the Gallows Way, where all of this started just a few days ago. Seems like much longer, don't you think? The air is again thick with the dust of bones, ground up by the vast machinery of the Mortuaris Factorum, which are operational once more now. Thick smoke pumps from chimney stacks, the fume of roasting human offal, filthy, terrible smelling water drips down from high above over the entire region, stinging your exposed flesh where it lands. You once again strap on your rebreathers. The last thing any of you want or need right now is a nasty case of rot lung. The Factorums all seem to be operating at full capacity once more as you pass through the streets, where work is underway to clear the traps, to fill in the pits, and clear the thousands and thousands of bodies that sprawl through the district between the deep tunnels and the Purity Gate. Otto's plan, it seems, has worked. The traps and hazards he suggested have clearly claimed a lot of the Walking Dead. His legacy will be that he was instrumental in saving this town, this vital part of the city's infrastructure. But like so many heroes of the Imperium, his tale will only be known to a select few. And there are soldiers here doing the bulk of the clearing work, helping some of the pale, weak-looking locals drag the corpses to the charnel houses where the machinery and workers within are working around the clock to clear the backlog of the dead. And the people here have a haunted look to their face, like they have seen too much, perhaps something they should not have seen, something they cannot unsee. And of course, this is true, for they have seen the dead rise and walk. They have witnessed the touch of chaos upon their home. But they live. At least they live, thanks to you. It doesn't take long before you find Oath Captain Katian Nils, the sanctuary officer who you met when you first arrived, and she's working alongside Arbiter Karel, Verispex Beatson, and the sanctioned psyker Greta Puzzisoft, who are all summoned here by Mortalis to assist in the defense of this region. They are helping to clear the bodies. And as you meet them, they are concerned about the state of Mortalis when they see him draped over Canni's shoulders. He is a popular member of Precinct 686, considered by many to be a hero. They demand that you turn him over to them. They will take him to the precinct, they say. They will get him medical assistance. Beatson begins fussing around him. No, says Trantia, as she peels the long glove from her left hand. Gaius will be fine. He doesn't need medical assistance. No.
He comes with us!
No, reply the Arbiters in unison. Gaius will be fine. He doesn't need medical assistance.
Alright, Obi Trantia.
They tell you of the battle that was fought here, how the endless hordes mindlessly shuffled through the streets, how snipers and heavy weapon teams hid amongst the corpses and the dead, picking off defenders of the Gallows Way, pummeling the Purity Gate with high-powered lasfire. The gate itself is buckled and charred and melted in places, but still mostly whole. It held. Oath Captain Nils tells you of the sight and the smell and fear they all experienced. Fear of death, fear of failing the God Emperor, and fear of what would happen if the gate fell. The soldiers, she said, did not arrive in time to participate. They arrived later, when it was over. They would have been too late. She and her officers would have been overrun and outnumbered by the dead. And they nearly broke, she says. She points to the dozen or so sanctuaries clearing bodies nearby, all that is left of the 100 sanctuaries that you left here. I wouldn't have blamed them if they had fled, she says. But that man, the general, and you remember the general that was here, Hannibal probably doesn't, but the rest of you do. There was a general here who was calling for reinforcements and arranging for a tank regiment to leave their tanks and come along on foot to help. She says, that man, the general, Delaney, he kept everyone together. He stood atop the battlements of the gate, reciting prayers to the God Emperor, bellowing his rage about the enemy. It was like St. Drusus himself was there. He directed fire teams, picked apart enemy weapon positions. I saw him shot twice by a las cannon. A fucking las cannon. I mean, I don't understand how he survived. I don't know what I saw. 12 hours. 12 fucking hours he stood there just leading us in prayer, directing the defence. And when his pistol ran dry, he called for a las rifle and just started popping heads one after another, singing the whole time. The lads joined in with him in the fear. It was gone. And then they just fell. The dead, they just collapsed, you know. When they were down, it made it easier to pick the snipers and the cultists off. And then early this morning, the soldiers arrived, but it was over by then. They were too late to help with the fighting, but they're helping with the clean-up, and we're grateful for that. But that general, Delaney, I can't find him. I still have his pistol, she says, as she holds up the bolt pistol. He must have forgotten to pick it up. The funny thing is, the regiment, the one he summoned, the commanding officer, he's back in the gate. Colonel Brachius is his name. I asked him to give the pistol back to his general when he sees him. He has no idea who General Delaney is. He's never heard of him. It's the weirdest thing.
The Emperor works in mysterious ways.
Gaius' voice speaking from beyond the grave.
It's probably best not to think about it too much. Thinking hurts.
She looks at this bulky bolt pistol which doesn't have a clip and she says, yeah, you're probably right. The people of the Gallows Way owe you a debt. All of you. If there's anything we can ever do to help, just call, yeah?
Very welcome.
What are you doing?
I want to get Gaius back to the mansion.
You're heading back? Okay.
Yeah.
Takes the best part of the rest of the day to walk up through the rubble and the ruin of the underhive and across almost half the width of the hive city. The mass transit system is non-existent down here, and the going is slow, but eventually you find yourselves once more descending the rickety, rusty elevator platform down into the sump lake, at the centre of which is the island of rock in a sea of caustic filth. And you cross the crude wooden bridge. You see two familiar faces, Jax and Strang. They stand there casually cradling their very high-tech las rifles. Strang's face looks a bit fucked up, Canny, since you last saw him.
I'm going to turn off the mask. I'm going to say
Okay.
to him, "Alright, boys. What happened to you, Strang?"
Face! Pain! Jax says, Jack says, "Hey, he got fucked up. Oh, look, it's you!" And he points at you, Hannibal. He says, "It's this geezer. We went running off down over the fucking chasm. You know, down into the weird bit where the shitty fucks live. We went running down there looking for Paolo with this guy here." Strang took a little shot in the face, got stabbed a bit too.
And Mr. King, he's one of... No, is it Mr. King? Hannibal King, is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. King, he's one of us.
Well, good lad, him. And oh, Seraph, you alright? Seraph gives Jax and Strang a hug. Yeah, nice to see you all back, innit? You know, I mean, it's getting a bit fucking quiet around here lately with no champion of the arena to pull in the crowd. Ah.
Does that mean, Seraph, that you're coming back?
No.
Coming home?
Absolutely fucking no fucking way. She says, "Fuck that, absolutely no. I've told you what I'll do. I'll help with Spare. I'll help Mr. King there. Tell that freak Gladstock I've done what he asked. I've got Gaius back, mostly, sort of. Now it's his turn. He promised he would help me with Spare. I'll wait for his call. Fuck this. And Hannibal, let me know when you're going to hunt the beast house cunts. But I'm out of here." And then she leans into you, Canny. She gives you a little hug, a little kiss on the cheek, and she says, "Take care. I'll see you soon." She nods at Trantia, and she walks off.
Worth a punt. Now let's get you home, Gaius.
Okay. Seraph, you realise, has disappeared very quick. She's moved like a cat. She disappeared into the shadows, weaving in between tents and stalls of the carnival, and you've no idea where she went. She's just vanished.
Bit dramatic.
Just flounced away.
That's what she does.
She does
Like Batman.
She does that a lot.
Okay, so you pass through the carnival. It is fairly busy, but most people seem to be flocking towards the big top. A few people give you a bit of a weird glance, Canny, because you're carrying this guy in heavy armour over your shoulder.
You want him on hook a duck.
Yeah, but there's not that many people here, and what Jax has just said about there's no big draw at the end of the night. You know, the arena fight was always the big thing. It makes you wonder what's going to happen tonight if there isn't anyone there to conduct this fight. And eventually you head back through the shantytown to the mansion, and you pass through the threshold of the gateway, and you feel that ripple of unreality, the feeling of everything moving sideways for a moment, and then you're home, back in the mansion. Jeeves is there, buffing the immaculate tiled floor. His Vox grill has been replaced. It's immaculate. It's brass. It looks like it's brand new.
Looking good, Jeeves.
But the rest of him looks like he's been barbecued still. He still has multiple gunshot holes in his increasingly tattered tuxedo. But as you say, looking good, he looks at you and goes, "Compliance." Carries on buffing the floor. And you hear a in your Vox bead in your ear. And it greets you each by name. Canny, Hannibal, Gaius, although you can't hear, Trantia. And Hannibal, this is the first time you've heard this voice. Sounds like a young girl. And she says to you, Hannibal, "Hello, Mr. King. It's nice to see you again. We didn't get a chance to speak last time because you were here, but that meanie Gladstock took up all your time. But he won't be doing that anymore. Ha! My name's Alyssa. Do you want to be my friend? Please say yes."
Hang on.
Hello, Alyssa. Follow your hello.
"I'm the guardian of this place. Please say you'll be my friend."
After season shit, I'll be your friend. Waddle.
Wonderful. That's super. There's this squawking of the Vox, and the presence seems to leave your earpiece. And a figure appears from the west wing of the mansion, walking with pace while trying to look casual, but failing at it. She wears the red robes of the Mechanicum, and she sees you all, and her eyes flit over Canni, and she says, "Oh, Canni, you're home. Good to see you all in one piece. All of you, of course. Oh, what's wrong with Gaius?" Canni, there's something different about Vernetta. There's an air of confidence about her that wasn't here last time.
I'm going to drop Gaius on the floor, not too heavily, but I'm going to place him on the floor and run up and give Vernetta.
Okay, so you just thud. Gaius hits the floor. You scoop Vernetta up.
But he won't know.
True. And she's yes, nice to see you too, Canni. And she strokes your bald head.
"I've got so much to tell you, but we need to get him to Pench. He's been asleep for a long time, and stims they don't work, and something wrong. There's something happened to his mind."
By Drusus's balls, yeah. We need to get him. Yeah, you're right. I've got so much to tell you too. Well, Mr. Gladstock has been informed of your return. I sensed you coming, but not like that. He wants a debrief, but he's somewhat indisposed. It's complicated. And she stares at Gaius on the floor and says, "We have a situation we need to deal with. This isn't good. This isn't good at all. Oh, there's two situations. Right, okay, let's get him to the infirmary."
"Get yourself together, Vernetta. What is it?"
Just look. Bring him now.
Scoop him back up.
Take him to Pench. Take him to Pench.
Off we go.
And this very slight woman with one mechanical arm and a load of cables that come out her shoulder into her neck. She steps towards you, Hannibal, and she holds out a hand for you to shake. The algometic hand. You see it's damaged as well. One of the fingers is a bit crooked. And she says, "You must be Mr. King. Vernetta Calamere. I'm the technical specialist here, apparently. Mr. Gladstock informed me of what happened down in the chasm. I've tasked a hunter drone to search the area. No sign of Spare. And Mr. Hampton, the man you brought in, is currently a guest in the lower levels awaiting interrogation. He survived the earlier shenanigans. Don't worry about that.
And Johnny didn't kill him.
Yeah, I had thought Mr. Mortalis would be able to assist you with the interrogation, but she points at Gaius on the shoulder of Canni as they walk away. She says, well, I've been led to believe that Mr. Gladstock has offered you our assistance, Mr. King, in hunting down any more of these gene stealers and finding out how they got here. I'm familiar with the creatures in the sense that I was almost disemboweled by one the last time we encountered one. Truth be told, I know little else about them. Perhaps Otto could find out more about them if we are to... Where is he? Where's Otto? Canni, where's Otto?
Was he the little fella? Bit of a airplane?
Yes.
Canni's going to...
greasy hair, thick glasses, crooked back.
Yeah, he's all fucked up.
Canni's going to start crying. He's trying to not let Vernetta see.
Al, would you like to make an awareness check for Vernetta?
Sure. Can I make a deceive roll for Canni?
Yeah, you can do both, and you can compare one to the other. Why not?
Vernetta, where are you? It's handy that Vernetta has a very bad. There you go.
Okay, she doesn't. She doesn't see you crying.
Okay, I'm going to say to Vernetta,
He didn't make it. Tried to save him, but I couldn't save him from himself. He's fuck. I tried, but he didn't make it. You're not going to see him again.
I mean, every cloud, you know. I'm sorry, Canni. I'm sorry. I know he was your friend. Well,
He was the best of us, Vernetta.
No, he wasn't, Canni. Anyway, no. Well, you know where to find me if you want to
Yeah.
talk or something.
Gaius first, and then
Yeah, let's
I've got so much to tell you.
I'll take a wow.
Miss Midkiff, Gladstock said when you were debriefed you could return to Lady Pagney's with Ricelor if you want. And Trantia suddenly goes, I'm sorry, Vernetta, but who put you in charge? And Vernetta says, Mr. Gladstock did. In the absence of the Inquisitor, Interrogator Gladstock is in command, and in his absence, command falls to Agent Mortalis and myself as of now. And since Agent Mortalis is currently in a vegetative state and presently about to be in the care of Dr. Pench, that leaves me in charge of running this team, its operations and facilities. Which, by the way, Miss Midkiff, you were supposed to have been studying how to control. How go your studies? And Trantia looks a little awkward and goes, yeah, cool, great. Good, I suppose. Yeah, yep. All in hand. Good, continues Vernetta, because I have some alterations I need you to perform before you return to the spires. And then there's a yell. Big man! Spring comes sliding down the banister, bounces off the tiles on the floor, and lands on your back, Canni, as you've got Gaius over your shoulder. And she begins babbling incessantly in your ear straight away. She's oblivious to Gaius' state. She goes, oi, you ain't never going to believe what we've been doing, Canni. We went inside a mountain. I didn't know you could go inside them. I didn't even know what a mountain was until a few days ago. Load of rock, really, which is a bit like metal, but less shiny, and it tastes just as bad. Anyway, inside there was this place with people like Jeeves, and one of them was all like, whoosh, whoosh, Bernie, and he had these things like V, and Book Tosser, you know, Book Tosser, he wears them as well. And we nicked him, yeah? And then there was these spiders, and these little stabby, snick legs and walking scissors, and then we met a guy that was like V, but more metal, and he had way too many arms, and he was like, blah, 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 and we fucked him up, yeah? And then we met this little dude with a funny accent. Can't understand him at all. He's here now upstairs. Anyway, guess who Melface was? The guy with more arms than you should have. Go on. Guess. Go on. Guess. I bet you can't guess. Go on. I bet you can't guess. He was Silly Cunt, you know. Silly Cake. You remember him? Silly Cake. You get it?
Spring, it's not the right time. Look at Gaius. I've got to get him to Pench now.
I fucking know what's wrong with Gaius. And she starts just slapping Gaius in the face.
But before I go, Spring, check this out.
You got my new voice, Spring. Isn't
That's fucking incredible. Look at my legs.
Look at her legs.
She's got two metal legs.
Oh my word. Okay.
And she starts like tiptoeing really fast, and it doesn't make a sound. She's like,
What was wrong with your old legs?
Nothing. But V convinced me they were shit. But then the doc said they weren't really. Yeah, it's all a bit confusing. I'm a little bit pissed off, but at least I'm really... Look. Watch this. And she runs at a wall, and she tries to run up a wall and just fails and falls on her ass. I can do it. I can do it. Just anyway. I need a little practice.
You keep practicing. Yeah,
I will. But yeah, we...
all the time. Gaius, I need to get him to Pench right now. Come with us.
But thing is, Canni, right? We found Silly Cake.
What?
And she's following you now as you head towards Dr. Pench. And Vernetta's with you as well.
What are you on about? Vernetta, can you translate?
She means Cyric scale.
What? Canni knows a bit about Cyric scale.
Vaguely, yeah.
Yeah. Scale, yeah. He's a baddie, isn't he?
Yeah, that's what I said. Silly cake. He's dead. Maybe. Sort of. He's dead in EV? I don't know. V ate his brain.
What?
No. I haven't eaten anyone's brain. That would be weird.
I'm gonna say
That's ironic.
Vernetta's like, no, I haven't eaten anyone's brain. That would be weird. And Spring says,
weird.
no, I've seen it, right? And she ate his brain.
Weird.
And now she knows shit that she wouldn't normally know. Vernetta says, what the hell are you talking about, Spring? You don't learn things by eating brains, unless you're a space marine. Spring's eyes go wide. He says, oh, are you a space marine, V? Vernetta says, no, of course I'm bloody not. And then, and she's linked arms with you at this point, Canni, as you head towards the infirmary with Gaius on his shoulder. She says, and then we found loads and loads of these weird black shiny things, like Gladstock's balls that he's been playing with. And we brought them all back, right? And we each could have one now. We could have more than one. There's loads, really. And Gladys said no, because he's a boring fuck. V locked him in a box. And then there was this chamber full of, oi, hang on a fucking spanking tits. Who's this? And Hannibal, this young girl who's perhaps not much more than a teenager, dressed in hot pants and a flak-lined tank top, leaps away from Canni and lands nimbly in front of you. She's got numerous piercings in her face and other exposed parts of her flesh. Her eyes are a brilliant blue, her hair is the same colour. And she twitches, she's constantly in motion, she's right up in your face. What's your name? I'm Spring. They call me that because it's my name.
This is Mr. King, he's one of us.
Mr. King? Is you a king?
Call me Hannibal.
Hannibal? Sounds like cannibal.
No cannibal. Hannibal.
Yeah, it sounds quite similar, doesn't it? You could get them two mixed up.
There's this moment where she starts looking between Hannibal and Canni, and it's like a concerned, surprised look on her face, like she's just figured something out. She's just put two and two together somewhere. But then the moment seems to go, and she whips her head back round towards you, Hannibal, and says, is this yours? And she holds up your pistol. You don't know how she got it out of your holster without you noticing.
Yeah, it is. Can I have it back?
Can I have it?
Can I have it back?
Pff, you're no fun. She gives you the pistol back, and then she's off. And she darts between Vernetta and Canni, and she links arms with you both, even though you've still got Gaius on his shoulder, Canni. And she leads you towards the infirmary. And she starts going, let's all have a drink! Jeeves, I'm a sec! She says in her mock Inquisitor Mesmeron voice. And then she begins babbling at Canni further about a mountain of black stone and voices that she's heard in the air. Vernetta says, no, Spring, we need to get Gaius into the infirmary, and we need to debrief with Gladstock. Spring says, fuck the debrief, let's get fucking loaded. If we're going to sit around and talk for hours, we may as well have some fun doing it. Trantia's watching this.
Gaius is poorly. We can't get fucked up now, Spring. We've got to see to Gaius. Listen to him. He's not well.
Oh, yeah, put him with Pench.
Serious, Spring.
Put him with Pench. He'll be fine.
No, I'm not leaving him.
Oh, fucking hell, Canni. He used to be fun.
Yeah, well.
Trantia is lagging back a little bit from the rest of the group. And she watches Spring bouncing off the walls in this exchange, and Canni showing unusual concern for Gaius. And she takes your arm, Hannibal, linking your arm at the back of the pack. And she smiles up at you and says, so good to be home, isn't it? And she smiles at you as you follow in the wake of Canni, Vernetta, and Spring as she leads you into the lounge. Sorry, not the lounge, the infirmary. It's 10 to 11. Do you want to leave it there, or do you want to push?
Looking at Hayden.
So no, I'm push.
No, I'm alright.
Yeah. I can carry on for a bit longer.
Okay, cool.
Get my character closer to doing something.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm doing here is basically setting up a next session. So, Inside the infirmary, Dr. Pench is leaning. His head is totally shaved. And to Gaius, Gaius, you're unconscious. To Trantier, Canni, and Hannibal, this is new. He doesn't have long hair, but he normally has hair. But right now he's totally fucking bald, and he's leaning against the counter, just staring into space, smoking this fucking massive spliff. And he's just staring. He's staring at what looks like a bank of medical equipment, watching the numbers.
Fucking hell. I need you at your game, Pench. Snap out of it. Got an incident.
I'm going to put Gaius down on a medical bed.
Okay. Pench just carries on staring into oblivion for a moment.
I'm going to go grab him roughly and shove him over by.
Wait! Oh! Fucking hell! All right, Kenny. I didn't know you were back.
Do I have any stim?
I don't know. I'm just going to grab a beer.
Like to stab Pench, not ungently, in the side of the neck.
Oh, fucking die! Woo! Roll 2d10 for me, please, Al. Woo! Oof, Jesus. Drusus. Okay, he's good for the next 9 minutes. He says, "Woof! Oh, all right, you're all back. Oh, it's Mr. King. I thought I hallucinated you. I've been making stuff for you. Here you go." And he hands you a little box.
Thanks.
There is 2 compartments in the box. One of them, there is 8 small versions of the cigars you constantly smoke. He says they'll do the job. They're a little bit more small and compact, but they'll do the job. They'll keep the pain at bay. But then, and there's 4 with a thin red band of what looks like fabric around them. He says they're a little special.
2. Special award.
Say again? I didn't get that.
Special in what way?
Well, let's put it this way. They will heighten your awareness, make you aware of things that you should not be aware of. They're pretty good. I mean, they were until Canny just fucking stabbed me in the neck,
Pench is fucking serious.
Everything's serious, man. Everything's serious. Oh,
No!
shit. Gaius! What's wrong with him? Why is he all like...
Yeah, I don't know.
He's like a sad puppet.
He faced down a demon.
Oh, yeah. Well, we've all done that, ain't we?
No, Pench, we haven't all done.
Have we? Oh, right, okay. So these are... these stims, they give you plus 20 awareness and something else. Plus 20 awareness and something. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's plus 20 awareness, and I think it might be plus 10 agility. I can't remember off the top of my head, and I haven't got it at hand. He says, right. Well, what's happened to old space cop man?
No, you're the fucking doctor. You tell me. I can't get him to come round. He's been in a coma.
All right, well, chuck him on the autosurgeon and let's have a look at him then, yeah?
Fucking crackle.
Go on, chuck him on. Are you putting him on the autosurgeon?
Yeah.
Okay. Pench reaches into a pocket, pulls out an IO stick, lights it, offers the pack to you, Canny.
Yeah, I'll take one.
Offers the pack to you, Hannibal.
I'd also like Dave at this
I'll take one.
I've got a. I've been taking samples of various people. I've decided to take a sample of Gaius. Hit him with the hypno pistol.
Cool.
My last file.
All right. And it's your inventory.
I've got Gene Stealer, Not Quite Dead Abelard, Birdman, Fat Fanny, and the Nurgle Herald and Gaius.
Yeah, that's a good combo, actually. It's a very good combo. Okay, so he stands there smoking his IO stick as you put Gaius down, and he begins the autosurgeon doing its thing. And he's having a smoke, and he's glancing occasionally at the screen. Then he turns around and says, "You heard about Gladstock then?"
No, not heard about Gladstock. You heard about Otto?
No, what about Otto?
Yeah, there's no more Otto. Didn't make it.
Didn't he?
Nah, you shouldn't have taken him with us.
I mean, you know, I'm not going to say me and Otto were mates, but you know, he was all right, you know, and he he was a bit weird sometimes.
He was the best of us, Pinch.
I don't think that's true, Canni. I mean, did you ever see some of the magazines he used to read?
Oh, I can't read, Pinch.
Well, I mean, there's pictures in them. I've got some copies here if you want to have a quick look.
Pinch, now's not the time.
Oh, sorry.
Gaia.
Yeah, Gaius. Yeah. Let's have a look. And he goes over to the autosurgeon, still smoking, still swaying ever so slightly. He goes, "Oh, interesting. Yeah. Oh yeah, really interesting. His brain activity. It's like he's dreaming. But
so what about Gladstock?
Oh yeah, he's locked up in the basement. Yeah. So it's like the hippocampus is lit up like a fucking Ascension Day parade. It's the same sort of thing that happened in Inquisitor. You remember? You know, when she went a bit mental when Seraph left. It's like he's remembering something. There's an alarm suddenly blaring, urgent, and Alyssa's voice speaks up. Warning, biological containment detected. Preparing purgation protocols. There's a rattling sound, and around the infirmary you can see in the ceiling a number of nozzles emerge from the walls and ceiling all around the room, and the door to the infirmary slams shut. Pench goes, whoa, no, Alyssa, it's all right. There's no need for that. It's a dormant viral load. It's no threat. Wrong, Doctor. It was dormant the last time you scanned Mortalis, but now it's active, growing and spreading. You fucking what? What are you talking about? Pench begins to peer at the screen on the autosurgeon. Shit, no, Alyssa, isolate Mortalis, seal the infirmary. Oh, fuck, shit, this is bad. This is real bad. The walls, floor and ceiling near the autosurgeon ripple and bulge and begin to extend. And you see these odd, bony growths begin to emerge and spread, entwining with one another, and they form like a solid cocoon around the autosurgeon and Gaius. Shit, says Pench. I fucking told her, but no one fucking listens to old Penchy, do they? Fuck me. He grabs a medical auspex off a nearby bench and begins sweeping himself with it. Shit, fucking Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, this is fucking... it's alright, I'm fine. Thank him for... I'm clean. It's good.
What the fuck is going on, Pench?
I mean, I don't know. It's there's something. Obviously, the autosurgeons detected something in Gaius. It might be. Just stay there, Canni. Don't come any closer. Yeah. Nobody's going to leave the infirmary right now. Alyssa, stand down. Yeah. And you hear the voice of Alyssa saying, "I cannot stand down until everyone is proved to be clear."
Listen, stop fucking about.
God, Canni, no, don't. Seriously, don't. It's not worth it. Just let me. He scans you with his medical auspex. Then he moves to Hannibal and Trantia, and the others that are with you. He says, "Whew, yeah. I mean, I think everyone's clear looking at this, but old Mortalis is fucking riddled with it, mate."
Riddled what?
I mean, fuck, I don't know. It's everywhere. It's like it's attacking his flesh, his organs. It's some sort of virus. It's it was dormant in his liver before, you know, when he first came here, and now it's spread as far as his heart and his lungs, and it doesn't look like it's slowing anytime soon. I mean, it seems to be isolated for now. We're all safe, but I mean, Gaius in there, he's fucked. I don't know.
He's not fucked, Bench. You could save him. He's
I've never
a pure man.
He's not so pure, is he? I mean, look at him. I told her when he first turned up, I said to her, you know, that's not good. Sooner or later, he's going to wake up, but she wouldn't listen.
I don't believe it, Bench. I don't believe you.
What do you mean you don't believe me? I've always been honest with you, Kenny.
He's not fucked. He's a tough old boot.
I mean, tough as fuck.
He just needs a bit of fresh air.
He brings a data pad over to you and starts scrolling through and showing you data, which makes no sense to you. Says, look at this. Look at this. I mean, every single one of these is incurable. Every single one of these has cropped up at some point in the Calexis sector in the last fucking 100 years, and it has wiped out a planet each time. And I fucking told her that sooner or later he would be a liability, but she don't listen to me, and I'm just a doctor. I just fucking work here.
And he's going to shake his head.
I don't believe you, Bench.
Alyssa pipes up. Dr. Pench, you must save Gaius. He's my favourite. Please save him. You'll save him, won't you? You'll save him, won't you, Pench? Pench, still smoking away, goes, yeah, fuck's sake. Yeah, sure, Alyssa, I'll save him. I think that's where we'll end it.
Ooh. Shit.
Gaius the Vector.
Gaius in the Vector!
Riddled with it.
He's fucking riddled with it. He's got a space clap.
Riddled with it.
He's got hides.
This is really like an echo back to one of the first ever sessions we ran, where I told Hayden jokingly he had was it space crabs?
Yeah. Yeah. Right. It moved.
Yeah.
Expanded.
Okay, so yeah, what's happening now? Just to metagame a little bit is with power play. Obviously, power play is power play, but I'm building the main story up for the next act of the main part of the game, and it's going to bring a lot of different threads together, but it's only going to bring the threads together that you pursue. So we'll see what happens.
Okay.
But we know what's going to happen to Gaius, don't we, Hayden?
Do we? Do we, Dave?
Do we, though?
We do.
We've been doing stuff behind the scenes.
Absolutely.
Ooh. Oh, Gaius. What happened to him?
What me and Hayden have been planned is quite cool in a way, because it means that the original plan I had doesn't change too much, and it kind of ends up being a bit more epic. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Me too. Poor Gaius.
But before that happens, next week we're going to do D&D again. I think on Sunday next week.
Oh, are we?
I think if everyone can, that was the plan anyway.
Delightfully delicious.
I'll double check this week that everyone can, and we'll get the weird old man and his children. I mean, it didn't seem that pedo-y to me at the time, but now it's like, yeah, really creepy.
Good. It was a good game last game. I enjoyed it. And Androd's seen having to go with the.
I like Alan pointed out, I genuinely enjoyed realizing that James had another character to control.
They all go in a row as well.
Every time. Like, literally every time they've rolled initiative one after the other, haven't they? It's preposterous.
It's quite funny because... well, what's the character's name?
Darwin.
Familiar.
Oh, Pat the Rat.
Pat the Rat.
Pat the fucking rat.
The thing is...
Pat the rat in.
The thing about it is... the thing about it is, right, and I like James. I really enjoy James' company. He's a nice lad. But the thing that annoys me about the way James is playing D&D is that, like, we know what sort of person he is. We know what sort of gamer he is, which, as we've seen in Alan's game, is bad enough. But he's putting that style of play onto Alison. And you can, I don't know if you can hear, but sometimes you can hear Alison and James talking. Like, I think personally they should mute their mics when it's not their turn because they're discussing what they're going to do. But if you listen to Alison, Alison's literally going, I'm going to do this. And James is going, overanalyze everything, Alison. James is, like, convincing her to overthink everything. Alison just wants to, like... He's making her like him, and Alison I don't think is like that. I mean, she's proven a couple of times that she's not like James. She's not a thinker, she's a reactor, and I prefer that sort of player. I prefer players that go, I'm going to fucking do this thing, and not worry about the consequences and see what fucking cool shit happens. I think they're not better players, but they're more fun in the heat of the moment. And I mean, Alison in session 3 was the one who leapt through the portal and took that staff. I never expected that to happen, and it literally is a game changer. That changed the narrative of the game. And like leaping up on the roofs and running around, that was her idea. But when it gets to combat, she's letting James lead her, and I don't think she should. I think she should go with a gut. Like, drop a little PM. Yeah, I think I will. I think she needs to tell James, look, play your own fucking character. If she's got questions, ask me. I'm the fucking DM. I'll tell her honestly. If you do that, this will happen. If you do that, this will happen. But yeah, it's. I think she's got the potential of a really good role player. She's just still finding her feet.
You have to separate them, Dave.
Yeah, I need to put them in different rooms.
My moral of this last game was don't go touching strange bushes.
We had a little secret fun where we were both kind of agonising over text over the length of turns.
Well, we've all been there, haven't we? Like, I don't know if you ever saw my notebook it was one of your combats, Al, where my notes, I mean, I keep quite meticulous notes in your game about what's going on, but I've got a section in my notebook where there's 2 pages where I'm going, this is fucking agony. It's been 43 minutes. And that's with 4 players. But yeah, James is... It's like he's got no... I don't know what the word is. It's like he doesn't... I think we've talked about it before. It's like he thinks everything has to be optimum all the time. And
I love James to bits. James is...
I do too. I think he's a fucking great lad.
Friend. I love him to bits, but he's absolutely infuriating.
Yeah. I totally get that.
Every time it's...
I know. Yeah.
Like, fuck your question, James.
Just fucking... What are you doing?
What are you doing?
You can't not like James. He's like such a nice guy. He really genuinely is such a lovely lad. And you can talk to him for hours, especially about nerdy stuff. And I don't have that many friends that I can talk to in real life about nerdy stuff. And I like James's company in that regard. But you put him in a game like this, and it's like, James, just stop worrying about the rules and make a decision.
He's become a parody of himself.
I know. It's so fucking preposterous.
Anyway, it's like, I'm going to. Do you know what I'm going to do in my game, Dave? I'm going to allow him to start re-rolling. I can't remember what it was. That kind of re-roll lucky spam.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to take, because he doesn't like. I took that away from him, and he didn't like it.
I mean, we already gave him a lot of leeway by you. I mean, we both did. I did it with you in Dark Heresy, and you carried it over into your game, where we allowed the casting of 2 powers a turn, depending on what the power was. You know, that's not rules as written.
I'm going to let him take a longer turn, is what I'm getting at.
Oh God, Alan. I mean, I'm just going to have to shoot him in the head more. That's what I'm going to have to do.
That's But anyway, it's.
If I swear, right, if I fucking catch you doing that, Al, I will be an even bigger troll in different ways.
I mean, it's going to be open. I'm going to share it with the group. I'm going to retcon it. I'm going to say, James, you can do this. I'm also going to shame him. I'm going to say, but you promise, right, that you're going to take a quick turn. Not in just this game, but in every game.
In every game. It's so, yeah. Play a human fighter, James. Yeah,
it was. It's slow going. It's slow going in that game, but I still enjoy it.
I mean, I do. I enjoy all the games, but
imagine a game with him and Menace.
Fucking Jesus! Honestly, Friday night we had
pulling my fucking teeth out with that.
I'll be honest, right? I expected some debate because it was a big moment, right? So we ended up in D&D in a moment where Menace, one of the players, was about to confront with the group. The BBEG, basically, it's a large adult, at the least, white dragon who killed his fucking father in his backstory, which I've slowly released him over 60 sessions. That this is the dragon that did it, and it's all become apparent that it's a part of the main story. There's been a big build up. They've gone to this castle.